Alright, if we break down here, guys, I'm sure for the same cash flow targets. I appreciate you for being here.
I'm sure right now target hit. This is what we call a magic hour.
Alright, I'm taking this.
The upside ahead, the momentum to the upside ahead, everything aligning, live pricing, historical data, right? Aligning.
Right there.
Welcome, this is PackTV. Sit back, relax, and watch how we day trade with statistics.
PackTV, God-given, so I gotta make it happen, I'm on mission. Not like them, I'm different, that bag come with a pension. Talk about that business, shit like I'm hard all in the pain. Shining hard, don't need no chain. All this drip, it feel like rain. Everything on me, got it on my name. They don't got it like this, they don't talk it like this. I was built for this. That TV not like guns, take it away.
Stop me, it's me. If you're doing this for the women, you're losing. Do this shit for yourself. I do this shit for myself.
They rigged the race long before your first breath. Signed your name in the ledger, made a bet on your death. Puppet masters and neckties, count your hours like cash. Presidents pushing their pieces while you fade in the ash. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn a script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain. Burn it down, burn it down. Burn it down, burn it down. A lead over production, too many miles out thrown. China rise in the rear view, old empires turn to bone. Same damn cycle, same sharp teeth in a grin. They sell you fate on a pay-per-view, call it virtue, call it sin. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn a script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain.
Welcome, this is PackTV.
One more time, it's the plan. It's the magic hour. Drez catches sings on my brothers in the rain. Karl with the boomer going in, turn the pace. Miguel catching 10 points, me and not the same. It's the magic hour, all the money getting made.
Drez catches swings on my brothers in the rain. Karl with the booger going in, turn the pace. Miguel catching 10 points, me and not the same. It's the magic hour, all the money getting made. Magic hour, hey, magic hour, hey, PackTV, hey, PackTV, hey, magic hour, hey, magic hour, hey, PackTV, hey, PackTV.
Good morning, good morning. How y'all doing this morning? Hey, new week, guys. New week, new month, new everything. Yeah, y'all can hear me good? Let's go. I know y'all can. We got gunship in there. Let's go. Yes, sir. We got gunship on the screen. We got every mark in the building, too. Down. And that. Yes, sir. How was everybody's weekend? Hope everybody had a good weekend. And yeah, we have a great show for you guys today. We got a world champion trader, I believe. He is. Yes. He'll be with us around 8:30. And yeah, Austin got his gunship. He, I mean, we haven't done nothing after that overnight drop and then up. Still like Sunday middle of the range. Bi-weekly MA. Yeah. Sunday 50. And then pre-low. All of that good stuff, guys. You got a good higher day. With a 2000 low. You got a contradicting market overnight. Then we got a long Short fall, Asia, and London. This was weird. Look like we got a long fall. Once they wonder short. Hmm. Hanging out around here, Asia, OU, 6 a.m. A little bit above previous day low. Hmm. Yeah, interesting, guys. He told me got a 93% right here. Hmm. So we get below 6 a.m. That's gonna be a good target. Control minutes. Could be some cash flow trades. Hey, if we get that short, the P12 minute guys. See? Yep. Let us know where you at. Where we at? I'm not sharing. I thought I was. Oh, let me see now. There you go. Nice, nice. Okay, so let's go back. So we last night we went up a little bit. First 15 minutes with the higher day so far, and dropped city, city, city. The drop the Tuesday range last week came up into Sunday 75, and they opened to drop it, and now we're here at the Sunday 50 middle of the range of this range. That range goes from 1800 to 1930, and London so far. You see? Uh-oh. What do you do? I messed them up. Okay. Yeah, London said short, one tick wonder right here, and fourth drop. So I could go long fall or leave it alone short fall. Same way we got a 93% to go here this morning. Let's see if we get it. We got to have 7 a.m. in 8 minutes. Oh, and then low too. Right now, this line right here is NFP low. So far we got them out right here, right now. These. Mm. Think we're getting some headlines right now. Sir. Yeah, middle of the range, guys. Yeah. Tell me. Nice. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, work. Yep. 1 second, guys. Gotta do some work here. I'm sorry. Yee. Up, up. Who we got in the top? Where y'all? Talk to me. You guys traded last night? Anybody short? Long? How y'all was? Last night Asia was popping, was moving. So, London, eh, it's up and down. But Asia was popping. Tell me if you got that short, that long. If you do, you retrace. Yeah, you were short. Mm, 1 second. Mm, yeah, interesting morning. Yeah, Austin, I see. You got Gunchi short, probably. Right there, okay. I actually cut this long last night, 2000. Went long. I didn't have no setup here to go short. If my short would have been here, my stop would have been too big. 60 points. I don't do that. So I got long here, right here. Previous 50% on Tuesday, rain last week. And yeah, so my target was 350, I believe. Please. Yeah, let me see. My target last night was, yeah, uh, right here. This was my target. No, not line. Got so here long, 360. Yeah, target was right here. This 10, this low. Yeah, I cut it right there. I was good. 60 points, not complaining. And then I went to bed. And that was that. Today, this morning, I'm looking for a short to beat for a mid, but don't have it yet. Not yet. I like to go higher first and then short because I need to put my stock closer to the validation candle. And right here, that would be it right here. With that blue higher day, leaving this higher long, drop it. If it goes from here, that's okay. It's just not my trade. I need another opportunity later on. Yeah. The reason why I would not take this short for me because that trade ain't cute. And that would be a massive. If I get short right now, ain't nobody 60 points, no, can do that. So until I get a settle, guys, can trade it. Yeah. My partner got a difficulty in the computers. So you're gonna have me for an hour and a half. So you still waking up, you need to long coffee. You're not long in coffee. I don't know what to tell you. Drinking coffee right now. Long coffee. Easy. Coffee helps. Cause coffee do help. Yes, sir. Oh, you love coffee? There you go. What type of coffee you like? Don't tell me Dunkin' Donuts. 'Cause my guy over there, Austin Clark, that's why he drinks every morning. Dunkin' Donut coffee. That's not coffee to me. Mm-mm. You short? Or you long? E. Oh, Steve, what up, bro? Had a good weekend? I, sh- I sure did. Oh, yeah. Had a bad test in my side. Yo sí, siempre ha dicho. I did some work, bro. I did some bad testing. A lot. I I went shopping because my daughter go to school this week, and we are driving. We go. E. Nine is short, but I could see the people of me getting hit. New hour, taking that low and pumping. See what happened now. 6 a.m. right here, right now. I'm not short, but if you are, I'm rooting for you. I can see that people of me getting hit. I was working on this updated indicator. I like it a lot, actually. It's, I like it. Like like a cheat code. Yes, sir. You losing people low, people low. And if we low, we lose that, we just slide down to that people mid and probably Sunday low range. This area right here could get interesting. And if we hold here, then we get turn up. So right here is 50-50. We got cool probabilities, but price action got to tell us it got to go there, right? So we got to lose this right now, like we are doing. Really, sir. Mhm. Got patience. Mm. Ah, well, I didn't build this indicator. It's part of the pack. Part of the package. Just give you probabilities on the sweep of the 3 hour low high. Give you this probability that you see here. And give you like if we do this, then we might go here, right? So this purple line at 3 hour mid, they are key to me. It's quite like to hold them. And the opening price of the 3 hour as well. So every 3 hours opening, this is the new 3 hour, this is the open. We are below right now, so that means price can get lower. Above the open, price can get higher, right? So this mid is key. See how we came up and bounce, boom, boom. And I just like the structure of 3 hour on a lower time frame. That's my what I've been going through. I combine all three. So this is 3 hour chart right here, 15 minutes for my swing and 3 minutes for my entry. And like right here, I have no trade, right? I see the short to P12 mid, like I said at the beginning, because we got a 93% going here with the virus we have from Asia and London. But I can take that trade. Why? Because my swing is all the way here. If I get short right here, where would I put my stop? Right? 60 points up. If I would have got short, 60 points, 70 points far away, I can't trade it. So I have to be patient. And I don't mind watching candle sprint. I don't care. I got it price go to a spot that I feel comfortable taking that trade, right? So I don't mind doing this and being here with you for an hour and 3, 4, 5 hours. I can be in the chart. And yeah, I learned how to be patient and wait for my setup. So if you are short, good. But people is next. We do 6 a.m., 3 hour open, drop. This is telling you right here, right now, the indicator. C2, guide down. Whoop. Perfect. It don't get better than that. That's it. Yeah, patience. Yeah, Mickey. Oh, yeah, that's Mickey stuff. Mickey, what's it called? Uh, Captain. This one. Yeah. It's in the pack. So you interested? He probably talk about it when he gets on later. I started working on last Sunday morning. And yeah. Okay, we get a previous day low bounce. Yeah. Now we're flipping, right? We're flipping because we above the open. So the open always key. Opening panels, hourly open, 3 hour open, they are key. ¿Qué busca? La tapa del tanque. La tapa del tanque. Mírala aquí. Aquí. Oye, deja la presión. Ay, ay, Dios mío. Eh, Ay, ay, ay. Yeah. I don't like to be in the middle of the range because you can do this, dance. You can whoop, 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 dance. She will give you the move when she's ready to give you the move. So, yeah. So, patience. That's it. That's all I can say today. Patience. Patience pays, guys. Don't forget that. If you were on last week for Dave, you can see why that guy is successful. It's his patience. He don't let nothing bother him. He's peace. That's what I practice too, patience. Wait for your setup. Don't let this bother you. I know we are 93% going here, but hey, you gotta wait. See, if he goes, good. That's a good next. You always think about next trade. And the next, and the next, and the next trade. Don't feel like, oh, I missed the trade. Oh my God, I need to put 15 on right now to make up. No, you get smoked like that. And Q will make you pay for that mistake. We got a right now 709. Still Q1, still Foreman. Let's see what happens. Which one? This captain? The captain is new. He updated. That's what you mean? It was different. I is that I took something off. If that's the I took the hourly chart. I don't need the hourly. I'm focused on the higher time frame. So only this. This is my. I only use this 3 hour. I took this off. This off. This everything hourly. I take. I don't need it. I don't use it. So I don't need to see it. That's why. Probably look different for that reason. Yeah. Yeah. I'm the type of guy that I don't need too much thing on my chart because then I have to. Then my mind goes, "Oh, what's that there?" So if I don't see it, it's no problem, right? So I'd rather not see it and just go by what I do, what I use. That seems to work better for me. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. This is gonna be annoying, guys. This NFP low. We got NFP week as well this week, so yeah, we're gonna fight this shit. Ah, pues siga para adelante. Usted dure, siga para allá. ¿Eh? A la peña. ¿Cómo que no? ¿Son dos? ¿Y qué es lo que usted quiere? Siga buscando, va a encontrarse. Sorry, guys, I'm here at work. Gotta speak Spanish. Yeah, it's gonna be annoying here, guys. I don't see no news. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the way I found that is by on the weekends. That's when I find things that I like, that I don't like. And I don't go back 2, 3 weeks ago. I go back months because even though the chart doesn't move the same every quarter, changes, but the price action is still price action, right? So I see things that okay, we did this here, whatever, we did that there. Oh, I see. And I form my decision making on levels that I like. I know the opening price is very key. The NFP, range is amazing. The Sunday range, that's my baby. Sunday, Tuesday range, yes. MAE, MFE, that's another thing. And then you got right here, all power, all the power. Let's say like we leave this low alone, and the next couple of 15 minutes leave this low alone, then you can take a long. It doesn't matter. This got 93%. Price action is telling you, whoa, we're not going there now. We might go up. Right? So yeah. There you go. We get what we get 7 a.m. Opening price. That's a new hour, and we drop it. Eee. Taking that low. We got 1 more minute for the Q1 to finish printing. And let's see if 15 to get this low. And then that would mean Q high with a Q2 low. That's giving you that direction down. You see right here, take that low. Go take it. Finish it. Go. Now, I've been talking to candles, guys. I've been talking to my candles. You don't know me. I do talk to candles. They listen sometimes. Don't get it twisted. Yeah. See? Who in the chat got kids that is ready to send them back to school? I'm ready. Ain't in school, man. Driving me crazy. My daughter are been an interesting summer for sure. But yeah, I'm ready for school, ready for football, ready for everything. Yeah. You are? Oh, baby. Couple of years, you're gonna be like, hold up, when school starts? Yeah, man. I got two, 6, 7. So yeah, they fight every day, bro. Every day something new, and we go up again. We took that low barely, but we took that low, so she could still drop. Yeah, I did 202. Yeah, 202. I actually was showing them charts on Saturday. I'm teaching them so far. Little things, not crazy, but just little things that they can remember, and I quiz them the next day. So So far, they know what a green candle means, red candle. But mine are white and red and black. So they know. They know how many trends, uptrend, downtrend. They know the high and the low. They can tell already. We are punching. Yeah. So far, so good. On day 10, they're gonna be Pat members. Yes, sir. That's the goal. That's the goal, guys. As long as they're interesting, I'm gonna be there for them for sure. And they are very interesting. I want to see you, Daddy Trey. Yeah, so dope. We're playing games here at the middle. Like these games are tough to play. We are moving. Magic Hour, a good whopping a 34-point range in an hour and 19 minutes. Dex, 84 points. Austin, what market maker you got here today? Man, can we move? What's going on? They're waiting for you guys to get out? Hey, I want to trade. Or they waiting for 7:30 to drop it down. That's what it is? New York one? Hmm. I know we got some headline last night. Oil went crazy. Let me see. Let's see. Let's check the market real quick. Let's see what up. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, actually the big. Mhm. Okay. This is the problem right here. This is the problem. This let me. If this gets above here, we might see some drop. Yeah. This is the problem, guys. Go. Eesh. Oil. This is news overnight. We attacked some bombing. Iran. More shit. A dollar. Okay. Dollar is coming back. Mhm. Gold. Dang. It was the market to trade. Eat. RCY. Ooh, look at that. Wow. What the hell's going on here? Dale para allá. ¿Cuánto mandó? Dale con él. Tiene pique. Dale para allá. Ja, mire. Wow. Ya usted no está haciendo café, ¿qué es lo que le pasa a usted? Estaba puesto antes de usted llegar. Sí, pero usted no está aquí. Go back. Oh. Range. See? Everybody's sleeping. How many people we got here? Y'all sleeping? Y'all need your coffee? What's going on? Let me see. Here, Natalie. I gotta be back, guys. Give me 1 second. Okay, we back. Hmm. We are back. We're playing games, guys. What happens at the middle? We play games. Make it believe we're dropping and then boom, pull it back up. Make it believe we're going up and whoop, pull it back up. So these. Oh man. Get checked for London on you probabilities. Let me see some. London on you is 84%. We get broken after 7:30, so in 5 minutes, we got a 84%. These. That's with a shortfall. Huh? That's saladita así. Hagamos salada. La que yo, bueno, saber estaba el jugo abajo. Sí, en la esquina abajo. La que está en la esquina ahí estamos ahí. Sí. Trae, córtala a ver. Córtala a ver si era que el jugo estaba abajo. Trae un pedazo. Trae un pedazo. Mm, mm. Ya. ¿Se siente, sí? Se siente. Loco, 8:30. Pero 25 de. Este. ¿Quieres más? ¿Qué lo hacemos? ¿Ahí? ¿Qué es lo que ustedes comen? Es que usted está comiendo avena y vaina por ahí. Tiene que estar la boca vacía. Yes. Me, hold on, guys. I'm sorry. One second. ¿Qué es lo que tú quieres? Que pique. Pero se siente, yo la siento. Yo la siento. ¿Qué es lo que tú tráeme agua, a ver. Hay agua ahí. Yo creo que hay agua, ¿no? Ahí compro. ¿Eh? Tengo ese sabor ahora en la boca. Ay, Dios mío. Oh, Lord. E. What's up, my guy? Well, how you did last night, chat? I'm interesting to see you got the short. If you didn't got that short, don't talk to me. I'm playing. What you mean? You got short and long. Yeah. I got that long. We got New York 1 beginning right now, 7:30. So we're dropping. But yeah, I definitely got that long. Up here, down here, to here. 360 was my target. Yeah. Then he pulled back and I was done with it. And we keep fighting this over here. I have a swing right here right now to go short. But I see a 83%, 84% going here. London on you. Really inspirable. So I'd rather get short here, closer to my stop. And then getting in the middle of the range. This Sunday's mint. Because price could do some nasty things here. And we're not below 6 p.m. Opening price. So we get below, then I can see us going back down to the mix. And we got a good higher day, 1800. That we do. But for my trading, I had to be more patient and wait. And that's it. Have to be patient and wait. See, it took a long way. Where you got long from? I never woke up smelling like hot dog water, bro. I don't know what to tell you. You know, I'm not trading this morning. I think we're about to go to the 15-minute OB. 15-minute OB. This 507. E. 511. Yeah. It's tricky here for me. I can see both sides. Oh, no trade. Like I said earlier, patience for me, the virtual, I let price get to me. It's my it's my analysis to get short here. I gotta wait to get it. I could have jumped here, but the 60-point stop loss. and I'm not winning today. And you got where it's what 40 points range. That's it. Yeah, 35 point range. You got a market maker in the chat, stopping price. That's the problem. That's the problem. Somebody here playing games with us. It's you. Ah, man, you busy playing Call of Duty, bro. Stop playing with me. Game over. Yeah. Just you, Dre. Yeah. Mainly like hot dog. I don't know. Type of drink you be having, bro. Ooh, sorry. Yes, sorry about that. What happened? You dropping? Man, we can just playing games here, man. Up and down all around. If it took Q1 high and Q1 low, go get that man. Stop playing. We rejected right there perfect to the T5 5 weeks 5 weekly EMA. That's great. Right there. 29,466. Mm-hmm. And now making it easy for you, us this morning. But that's okay. We know their game. Playing that bullshit game early, up and down. We got contradicting markets overnight. So this mid is key. That's what I want to see. The mid and whatever happened there, we can trade from. Or we could get that low since it's out of stock, right? Out of stock low with in style high. Who you like the most? Tell me. We got no news today, but tomorrow and to Friday we do got news. So we got NFP week. We got what else? ISM, I believe. That numbers. What else? What else we have? Let me see. We got Pete Forbes. No, that's not him. ISM, yeah. Tomorrow. Wednesday we got Canadian news. Shout out to them. Got the base book dropping. Thursday, unemployment claims, ISM. Mm. And Friday, we got non-farm payroll and Canadian non-farm as well. Ooh. Canadian been coming. Canadian about to fuck it up. Canadian about to mess it up. They come hot and heavy. Okay. And we have Thumbprint again. I don't know what to tell you guys. They don't want that mess. They don't want nothing. Playing games. Tough to trade, but patient pays. So like I say. I wouldn't be here, would it be stop playing with us. Hell yeah. Oh my lord. Rock. Yeah, I don't see no news for that booster pump. I don't know. Good old 37 points range. Mm-hmm. I think the previous day's low is the only thing here holding this price. That's it. Come on, slide down. If I can't get low later or whatever I'm gonna do. Man. Hmm. 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 You getting it done? Yeah. Like, call Citadel. Call Citadel. They might be able to help you out. Yeah. I'm just being patient. That's all I can do right now. We're just coiling here, waiting for something to drop or whatever we're gonna do. We're about to be in 2 hours, 37-point range. That's great. Estaba montando caballo ayer. ¿Entiendes una vaina? ¿Cómo fue? Sí. ¿Cómo? ¿Y qué tú haces aquí? Yo quiero saber qué él hace aquí con esa botica. Ay, mi madre. Él no trajo agua todavía. Tengo ese sabor en la boca todavía. No. No hay agua ahí en la vaina tampoco. No lo produce. Es muy temprano, pues. Oh, pero por eso que estoy aquí. ¿Y por qué tú crees que me tienes aquí? Por bueno. Y claro, tráeme una de esas. Tú ves eso vacío y no traes nada. Dando vueltas ahí. Tú nada más trabajas aquí los viernes. Oh, here we go, guys. Finally. Finally dropping this. Come on. Peace deal. I don't know. Peace deal. That guy started bombing last night. Now we have a deal with en los dos lados. They made a deal with Venezuela oil yesterday. I don't know. I don't think we need that straight or moves no more. Yes. Annoying my guy. Haven't get that made or nothing. Or like, wait. Oh, who's short? Anybody short? Let's check gunship real quick. Talk to me, gunship. Gunship. I use this for now. Mm. E. Wow, what is this? Look at it. That's nasty work. Finally gonna go here. Or not. Oh man. You short? From where? Sunday mid? I hope you short here. I didn't like it. I wanted higher to get short, but that's me. You know I trade in Q, so my short I would have get short right here. If we get there, 24, 526, I would got short. But this too much stress. I couldn't get on this kind of short. Stop goes here. That would have been 5 point stop loss. But in the middle of the range, I'd rather wait at this time of the day. And that's why we do it. Wow. And we back up. Lord Jesus. What we got here? Yee. You got in late, protected the guy. Okay, no problem. You looking for pizza on mid or lower? You going for the kill? New low day? 8.25. Estaba en 8. Tú lo subiste a 8.50. Lo bajas a 25. A ver si. ¿Qué es lo que le pasa? 50. A todito. Y vamos a ver. Ya. Hay que quitarle ese rojo. ¿Eh? Ya. De jalapeño. Seguro. Nothing happening. Short are paying right now. 3 hours short. Come on. Yep, he told me. Yes, sir. Yee. Man, you got where it's popping. You got new hour 7 minutes, and we have more. Now it's 45, 46 points. Man, you got it. That's okay. Oh, man. Usually when we got news, that's when we start hanging out around people, man, but there's no news. I don't know Trump speaking this morning. I don't see nothing. Oh, wow. Yeah. Oh, oh, see here. Oh, yeah, yeah. I have to go get coffee again. Hey, come on. Come on. Finish it. Go down. Now. Give it to Chuck for the win. Come on. Oh, my God. Do something. Charge. Yikes. We don't have no inside bar 12 hours, so that's good. Until yesterday's low, previous day low. So we have below right now. We just here in the dagger. He's hanging up. May Midnight, where's midnight? Midnight below. Oh, midnight below it. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Midnight below. Yeah, below 6 a.m. So we stay below here. New low days in the cart for sure. to be, yeah, he's just not doing it right now. $2 minutes for new hours and 30 more minutes for New York. This range to 4 with this high and the low. We got 30 more minutes to see what New York one is going to do. They're going to go long or short. So patience. One more time. Patience. Gonna be good this morning. We're gonna get straighter today. I think she's a top world trader and then Robin's Cup. So interesting to see what she got to say. So definitely tune in for her. See what she got to tell us. I like to take notes from people that done it before. So definitely I will be taking notes. Psychology wise, mental wise, all of that helps. You just gotta apply it to your own self. Like that guy last week, Dave, he spoke to my soul. They don't mean violent fighting here for price to go here while I wait for my setup better. And if he stop me out on my setup, well, it stopped me out on my setup, but I'm not guessing here in the middle of the road. No. Yeah, it could go here, but it's not doing it. It's actually going up and down. You know, we're wasting mental capital, which is very key in trading. Your mental capital is very, very, very key. So if you strike short in twice or long in twice, that's it. Leave it alone. Come back later. But the day is young. You're gonna have more trades. If you waste all your ammo right now, by 9:30, you're gonna be like, oh my, I don't even know what to do. So stop, come back later. Yeah, that's so he you didn't how you did last night. It was very good HSS session for sure and long. 200 hours for long was one shot. Came up, boom. he on the same place. Oh, we back up again to 6 a.m. opening price. With a flat. This could be a short. Stop over here. And now for me. This could be a short right here, right now. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. We're back. Oh, back. This a.m. opening price right here, right now. Let's see where we get here and go to a mid or get above and go to London or you. Both got 80+%. If we get hit today, I rather take the mid first because we got a do higher day right here, 1800 with a 2000 lower day. Oh, I don't make the rules, and I don't know. Good to not know sometimes. Middle of the range, he like to look. Saying king and up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, up, down, up. Now we're here at the middle of the range. E, nice magic hour, guys. Beautiful. Oh, Yeah. We got pushing. And then got about 6 again. Speed. Yeah, previous very low. Hmm. Ooh, what in the world was this? Now there you go, pizza man. Okay, we got news. What was that? Y'all like? Y'all like it? Yo, there you go. See, we got pizza man now. Hmm. Maybe Trump. I don't see nothing on my dock right yet. That 18 candles. Tell you guys. Yeah. And they would not stop me if I was actually, but that's not my trade. Tag, it's a profit. Oh, true social. Okay. Yeah, I see it now. I see it now. The lock. I see it. Iran's official like failed nation is dead. Ooh, my guy's fucking hot. That's fucking hot. See, I was hot and heavy, guys. So for this 8 o'clock hour, we got a high. Let's see which one will take first. Q1. He told me bounce. Look at that. Thanks. You're pushing. Key right here, right now. 6 a.m. Mm, interesting. Well, we got a pizza mint. That's what I wanted. See what happens. 8:30. See what right we say. Short or full. Or long or short. Eso es lo que hay. Ah, le falta. ¿Qué es lo que? Dale, Enrique, ve. Que compre. ¿Qué es lo que está pasando? They 15. 6 a.m. opening price. Mhm. Perfect. Y so we got 4 more minutes. Magic hour. No trade. Patience. Patience. Es 5-0, 3 puntos te dice yo. Eh, El que sabe. Yo no le hice nada a esa guagua. Yo le iba a aprender cuando llegué allá el viernes, pero fue que yo caí en un charco el jueves, ahí en la 17, en el puentecito. Parece que se mojó la vaina. Es el mofle que está pichado. El muchacho que estaba aquí me lo iba a soldar, pero eso hay que soldarlo, sí, hay que llevarlo. Sí. Pero yo creo que se mojó la vaina es los polos de la batería. Se mojaron con el agua, con el charco. Sí, Leo me dijo que la batería. Y yo le di el viernes y prendió yo. Y hoy estaba, hay que chequear no, Filemón, ¿cómo es? Filemón. Él me la va a chequear ahorita. Sí, él va a chequear a ver. No, eso por eso es que le dije a él que me la chequee ahorita. ¿Eh? Oh. Yeah, guys. He's up and down. This candle's new candle. Trump talking. So New York one got 10 minutes to get 12 minutes, 8:30. And let's see what we do. We got a 93% hit. Now London with you got a 80 Let me check. That's crazy. London OU 83.5, 84%. I got short fall here. If you got long fall, let me see. With a long fall. Actually, long fall is a 90%. So if you got long, short, or long, London, see, London will use high. You see, 90 with long fall, 83 with short fall. See? Yeah, that's what I have. So you tell me participation, no trade for me, because I didn't like nothing, no setup for me at all. For my thing, my liking. Ahí te lo periódico como un caminero. Caminero la de colgar y la saca, yo no entiendo cómo es. Cuando le den la mano le hacen algo. ¿Cómo es? Y Soto ayer, ayer la saca. ¿Qué? Sí. Ahorita la saca. El que está duro el pick no, es el mío. ¿La sacó ayer? ¿La sacó ayer? También, busca. Ese tigre, ese blanquito, batea. No pongas si la sacó un palo y se quedó parado. ¿Qué gripe? Éramos los dos socios y solo le dio un par de coches. Le dio los bates de él que estaban ahí en el dogado. ¿Dos veces? No. ¿Cuántos horrores tiene tú? ¿Eh? El piso te diga, ese blanquito es duro. Yes, sir. Here with me, Austin or Packer. But yeah, you can get away. We got no trade, just being patient. ¿Eh? Un solo. Mhm. They still, everybody's sleeping today, guys. Make sure you long coffee. They're not here. Dos honrones, eso mentira. También. Yeah. Let's go, Austin. Yeah. Take it away, baby.
Did you find value in the
Yes, sir.
Magic Hour trade team? You can find them on X here. Watch them trade daily by joining the PackTV group Discord in the description.
Alright, if we break down here, guys, I'm short for the same cash flow targets. I appreciate you for being here.
I'm sure right now. Target hit. This is what we call a magic hour.
Alright, I'm taking this.
Upside ahead, the momentum to the upside ahead, everything aligning, live pricing, score for data, right? Aligning.
Right there.
Welcome, this is PackTV. Sit back, relax, and watch how we day trade with statistics.
PackTV, God given, so I gotta make it happen. I'm on mission, not like them, I'm different. That bag come with a pension. Talk about that business, like I'm hard all in the pain. Shining hard, don't need no chain. All this drip, it feel like rain. Everything on me, got it on my name. They don't got it like this, they don't talk it like this. I was built for this. That TV not like guns, take it away.
Stop me, it's me. If you're doing this for the women, you're losing. Do this shit for yourself. I do this shit for myself.
They rigged the race long before your first breath. Signed your name in the ledger, made a bet on your death. Puppet masters and neckties, count your hours like cash. Presidents pushing their pieces while you fade in the ash. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn a script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain. Burn it down, burn it down. Burn it down, burn it down. A lead over production, too many mouths at the throne. Shine a rise in the rear view, old empires turn to bone. Same damn cycle, same sharp teeth in a grin. They sell you fate on a pay-per-view, call it virtue, call it sin. Game theory king
All right. Testing. Good morning, everybody. Another PackTV, another week. Okay, so if you guys that are new here, let us know where you're watching from. We always like to see where the new people were coming from, what you're trading. Are you coming here for trading Nasdaq? What the heck are you doing? This is PackTV. PackTV is a London to market close live day trading show where we show how we align statistics, our tools, and we put them both together with live price. We have London sessions, New York pre-market sessions, New York live trading sessions, all the way, and this goes all the way until power hour, okay? These streams help you show what it really is to put objectivity to data. It's not a copy trading stream. It's not a copy trading service. We are not financial advisors. We aren't licensed to do absolutely anything. We lose, we win, we show all the in between of what we do here. And the most important part is we show you guys what realistic trading really is. So that way you, the viewer, can see what the true realities of day trading are. And we are joined by none other than my co-host here, Mr. Matt Mickey. Let's get him in the building here. We got two Matt Mickeys.
Nice. I don't know why we have two Matt.
We got two Mickeys here.
One of them will sell you One of them will sell you Bitcoin, and then he will give it to me. So make sure you talk to him.
Yeah, that's the guy we got on payroll right now.
Yeah.
That's how we fund PackTV.
Yeah, absolutely. So how's everybody's weekend?
So I'm gonna have to have Justun come in here or something like later in the stream so I can refresh my restream. I can't highlight your all's comments. I see them on my phone. I can't, for some reason, it's like frozen from this morning. I can't see your guys' chats. Or there you go. Mickey can take care of it if he sees it. It's not updating for me.
I'm awesome.
I see somebody asked in the chat, the Czar trader, where's Marci? Just like every single announcement posted, she's coming at 9 a.m. EST, Marci, or Czar.
He's excited.
I'm excited too.
He's like, I'm not gonna read anything. I saw a picture and I expect her to be here.
Good morning. We got Jeff, Victor, Bruno. Good morning. SBS Sniper, Dynamic Precision. Good morning. Chitaki, James, Thor, Max, Scotty. What's up, everybody? All right. So, like we all said, we're going to be doing our war game just like normal, and then we're going to be having Marci coming on around 9 a.m. And the cool thing about what I'm really excited about today's session is it's not going to be, and we actually touched base with her last week, and we wanted to kind of get a feel for what type of session did she really want as we come on here. And the one really cool thing that she said that I really loved is she was like, I just want to come and hang out and trade. Okay, so we're not going to be doing a ton of like in-depth, interview stuff. We're just going to be, if you guys want to come here and you want to get straight technicals, that's what trading's all about. And that's even the theme of today's post. If you go and put in the poll, I would love for you all to vote in the poll. I want to see the data because I like the statistics. I want you guys to vote in this poll. There's a question in the chat right here, right now, and it's going to relate into today's stream. What would you say your biggest gap in trading is? So for those of you that are still building, growing, learning who you are as a trader, whatever the heck that may be, what is your biggest gap right now in trading? Is it more education? Do you feel like you need more knowledge about the market? Do you need to understand more? Or now do you have enough knowledge and education, and is it more about consistently executing the right way? I want you guys to vote in the chat what you all think you're going through.
Or is it a risk profile and position size issue?
Well, I didn't add that one, Mickey.
I know. That's the most important one.
Well, I'm proving a point.
I just proved your point in seconds.
Well, that would be consistent execution, right? Risk profile, that's executing my risk. One big day at a time. Biggest gap is psychological. I get that. Oh, I can see the comments now. Ha! What's up, WP Capital? All right, let's get into it. Let's get into what we see this morning. All right. So one thing that you'll notice, okay, if you guys like, if you look to your left out the window, you will notice Austin's stop loss. Okay, I want to start this stream off with, if you guys listen to the introduction to what we do here, we show you all the realities of trading, right? So I got a short overnight. I thought I was going to come into PackTV. I was telling Mickey, I was like, dude, I'm so excited. I thought I was going to wake up and just have this beautiful instat high a day short with a runner, and then I can close down here at new lows days. I was like, I was dreaming about it. And I got a little cute, okay, because my stops usually for these overnight trades are just the opposing high or low, because the whole point of these Asia overnight trades is to take advantage of the huge statistic that is 18 and 1900 making that good instat high or low a day. Well, I got short overnight, gunship move, everything's like normal. And I said, you know what? I'm just going to save just a little bit of money, just a little bit. I'm going to save a little bit of money. And from off the high, I put it right around here where the gunship invalidation was. If I put it on here, I'll tell you the exact price level. And I want you all to see that was this red line right here, this red line. So price level 522.50. That was plus or minus where my stop was. And I want you all to see. we come right up. Here's the high. Whoop. And then right back down. So we started off the morning really on a happy, funny note. So there's a little insight in sometimes what it's like to trade. You can't get them all. Can't get all the home runs, and sometimes it's just right there, just right there. How funny is that? What's up, Gideon? Gideon, I haven't seen you in a hot minute. What's up? Good morning. KP, good morning. All right. So every single day, we like to start off the same way, okay, because we follow a repeatable process. So if you guys are new here and it sounds like we're speaking another language, you can click that QR code, scan it, or go to that website in the top left corner and learn more. It's a 3-month boot camp, $100. Okay, can't beat it. And you will learn everything that we talk about. Okay, if you are returning here for the 100th time in a row, or 10th time, first time, second time, whatever, welcome back. Nothing should be surprising or new. Because the first thing we like to do is we always start with the hourly time frame, okay? Because we are day traders. So as day traders, intraday traders, the biggest thing that we focus on and the biggest thing that we do is we focus on the fluctuation of the daily candle. How does this daily candle get us from where the catalyst of bullish or bearish intent that we have, and then where is it going to go to get us to either our target or our stop loss to invalidate the trade idea? That's the two things we always solve every day as day traders, is a portion of whatever trade we're trying to take, whether it's for 10 points, 100 points, 1,000 points, the daily candle has to move in order to get you to that from point A to point B, okay? So then the first thing that I love to do is I love to orientate myself, okay? Mickey and I are veterans, and the one thing that they taught us in the Army when it comes to land nav, step number 1, orientate your map. If you're lost, you don't know where to go, orientate your map. Where are you in conjunction to physical landmarks that you can kind of see, and then orientate. Where's north? Where's south? Where's east? Where's west? So that's what I do every single day when I come to the chart, is I start on the hourly time frame, not because the hourly time frame's special, crazy, anything like that. It's just because I can see the weekly candle and the daily candle both really well. And I can see that going into this Monday, we did form a very small wick on the weekly candle when we retested my stop loss there, okay, and the weekly open. And then we pushed and rejected. So that's live price signature number 1 that I'm just paying attention to in the back of my mind. If this daily candle has any bearish movement, any analysis that you guys hear from me and Mickey when he goes into his, that has downside or involves downside movement, the one big little piece that I'm just keeping in the back of my mind is we rejected the weekly open when we did retest to see if we wanted to continue higher, and we rejected it. Okay, that's a live price signature that I'm just paying attention to. If I get continuation to the downside going into RTH, we lose the P12 mid going into the daily candle. That is just some little gems, some little breadcrumbs that I'm using for if I am in any sort of short for the day. and we can't make our way back up to the stats above to get back above the weekly open, maybe downside movement for this daily candle is in order. So now going into the 5-minute time frame, we're going to do the same thing that we look at on the weekly time frame. Okay, and we're looking at the daily, which is the in stats and out of stat high and lows. Okay, for the weekly, I usually care about going into Tuesday to Wednesday because we have more of the weekly candle established. Monday, it's kind of like, Monday has an out of stat high and out of stat low because we don't have a lot of information. Okay, so we want to see first and foremost, where is this daily candle? And is this daily candle moving in conjunction with where we typically make a wick, which is an in stat high, or do we make an out of statistic wick or an out of statistic high? So going into what we see here, we can see that this current high of day is both in statistic, and we have this lovely thing called the daily profiler that gives us conditional statistics, and you can see little check marks beside both. So both currently right now, things can change. Statistics are not certainties. They're just probabilities, and we like to have probabilities more than 50-50. So this lets us know that right here, right now with live price and what we've done has both a conditional high probable high day and then also a good in stat high day. Again, things can change. But then if we look at this low a day is out of statistic. Okay, we do not typically form the wick of the daily candle around 2000. So that would be out of statistic. If you're new and you're like, what is in statistic? The 4 major times that we make a daily candle high or a daily candle low is between the 18 to 1900 time period, the 3 to 4 a.m. time period, 9:30 to 10:30 time period, and 15 to 1600 time period. So these 4 chunks of time, okay, and if you're a little bit experienced in the market, some things might be going off in your mind like, well, obviously, because these are major volatility events within the market. Okay, you got Globex Open, London Open, RTH, New York Open. Then you got Power Hour, the final hour of the daily candle, the final closing portion of the day. So you have these major volatility events that typically form those spike ups or spike downs to form some sort of wick on that daily candle. So us as day traders, and what we do as statistical based day traders, is we take this daily candle, this potential statistical probability, and then we see what times in the day can this daily candle open here, fluctuate to the downside, and how can I take advantage of these fluctuations? Because that's what we're doing. We are trading as this daily candle is moving around, trying to decide if it wants to be bearish, bullish, whatever the case may be. No matter what your school of thought or perspective on it price is, if you use open, high, low, close candles, or open, low, high, close candles, whatever, you are trading some fluctuation of this daily candle moving around. It's like, let's say I went short right here, right now, and I put my stop loss above the P12 mid. Well, then the daily candle, what it would look like, and let's say I put my TP at the midnight open, it would have to go from here to fluctuation down to the midnight open. And my whole goal is to see where do these fluctuations happen in a consistent manner before having any sort of wiggles, stop loss hits, a lot of choppiness, lack of follow through, whatever you want to call it. So that's what we do. And the next step is to get even more clarity into that. We align live price with statistics. We don't just blindly look at levels and then trade towards them. And we also don't just blindly trade when price goes up and price goes down. We marry the two. We marry when live price and statistics comes together, so that way we can have high probabilities in our favor every single trade decision that we make. So going into the day, if we know that this is an in stat high of day with an out of stat low of day, and then the current live price component that we use in the pre-market is called the P12, which is the just first 12-hour candle high, low, and mid time-based range. And then if we're losing the P12 mid, which we're doing right here, right now, where we break through the first half, what we're doing is we're accepting. We are accepting below the first half of this daily candle, the thing that is the first half of this large higher time frame candle. We're trying to break below it. So that's bearish. And one simple thing that I tell everybody is if below P12 mid, then P12 low. If above P12 mid, then to P12 high. That's as simple as I can put it. Can we chop around it? Can we make out with it? Absolutely. But when we start finding our way of accepting below or accepting above and making bearish candles or bullish candles towards that P12 high or P12 low, that's live price telling me we're accepting lower. And then I tell people the reason we use statistics is live price tells us where, statistics tells us where to. Live price tells us when the sell-off starts to happen. Statistics tells us, well, if we're selling off below this level, where could we go to? And you can see, you don't have to believe me. These are live statistics right here on the right, historical statistics on the left. So in the current market, we're having about a 60% probability of taking the P12 low. And then in the historical 20 plus year study, you can see right here, it's about 67%. So we're pretty in tune with both historical and current market probabilities that if we break below and lose P12 low, we take this. If we find support and find footing back above the P12 mid, then we could come up for the bullish statistics above. So that's the P12. So those little hints is what I use. So now I'm putting it all together with the daily profiler. The daily profiler is the time-based ranges of Asia, London, and New York that gives us conditional statistics. And that shows us right here, right now, we're short out of New York 1. And if we're short out of New York 1, we go false, which is this range right here. We go false more than we go true. Okay, meaning when we cross one side of this range, we typically retrace the opposing side of the range more than we just keep on pushing the downside. So because we go false more than we go true, this is now leading me even more to believe that if we do respect this P12 mid, that these statistics up above are really good targets, and then this high of day is no longer in statistic. We might shift it with a new high day, either in the RTH open or later in the day, but then vice versa. This is really good context right here that if we can't even get above the P12 mid, then we have midnight open and P12 low below to give us context of a short true. So here's my trade ideas. We like to make a joke. This is all the analysis. All the analysis in the world is so fun and it sounds amazing to say, but cool story, bro. Cool drawings, cool little spreadsheets, but what are your trades? Because we can say the sexiest stuff in the world. Okay, we can sound as smart as we want, but you know how we as traders make money? You know how we actually get deposits into our bank account? Clicking the button, making a decision that is profitable enough to hit our target without hitting our invalidation, okay, and maximizing when we do hit our target and making sure we stop when we can't get anything, okay, and when we just pay for the expense for the day. So what are the trade ideas that I'm looking for? What am I looking to put risk behind going into what I'm seeing currently, and how does it match with the analysis that we see here? Let me just check my gunship. Gunship's on the right here. These are just distributions above and below for the daily candle. So if we're breaking through this P12 mid and we cannot find footing back above the P12 mid, that is my sign of continuation movement to the downside at a minimum to the highest probable retracement that we typically do, which is midnight open. You guys know me. That's like the bread and butter of the statistics I love, midnight open. So if we do break through the P12 mid and midnight open is the next checkpoint in price, this is where I want to see us either net and start pushing our way back to New York 1 high, which would be false out of New York 1. And then I would be looking for New York 1 false high a day distributions or new low a day distributions. Again, Mickey's going to go way more in depth into that. I like to hear him go over that more than I do. And that's that. If we continue getting past the midnight open, this is my signature right here of potentially we're going true for the day and we're doing the minority instead of the majority probability. So if the RTH opens, I like to use a ranged box tool right here to represent the 1 minute range as I kind of give you guys my trade ideas. So if we break to the downside, and stay below the P12 mid, the RTH opens somewhere in the lower portion of the P12, like we're doing right here, right now. If the RTH opens up somewhere like this, if we do get above it, I will do extended cash flow longs to go false with heavy cash flows anywhere that RTH opens before P12 mid. So if I do have enough distance to cash flow a portion of my trade, if the RTH opens in the lower portion of the P12 mid, this is where I want to cover a lot of my position, because this is the next major checkpoint. I want to see either price retest and get above, and then this will be my extended TPs, or we reject it and fail, and I cover a portion of my risk join the shorts to the downside for the P12 low. That is trade idea number 1. Trade idea number 2 is if we do respect this P12 mid and find some footing back above it and go false out of New York 1, and then the RTH opens somewhere in the upper portion of the P12, either we go false right away or we open up somewhere here to go false outside of the RTH open, just anywhere above this, the upper half of the P12. If we show signs of continuation of the overnight trend to take that New York 1 high, I will start looking to scale in long with heavy cash flows before the P12 high and before all these statistics above. And this is my signature to leave runners on for potential continuation above the weekly open. And maybe this is the expansion to the downside to make the wick of the weekly candle for a really nice bullish start going into Tuesday. So those are my trade ideas. That is what I see going into the day. Mickey, off to you, my friend.
All right, let's get it.
That's Mickey's war game right here.
That's it. All right. The secret is in the formula. Just kidding. There's no secret in the formula at all. How do I hide this thing now? Oh, there we go.
I got you.
Thanks. So if you don't know, all right, Monday through Friday at this YouTube channel, we do a war game at 8:30, just like you see us doing here. The only difference between Monday and all the other days is we actually live trade from London all the way to the end. And then eventually we're going to get our Asia traders who trade live in the Discord certified to come trade on YouTube and do all that good stuff. But every single day we do our war games here on YouTube, same time and same place at 8:30. And every single day from Monday through Friday, we do our re-engineerings, which is a breakdown of the day and war game in the Asia and London session for the next session inside of our Discord. And that is at 1500 on Friday. On Friday, when we did our Discord, we took, before 1800 of Sunday, everything was open, we said, based off of Thursday being a green candle, and based off of Friday, taking out the high and closing red, what are the probabilities? And we went over to candle signs, and we said Thursday was green, Friday was red, it took out the high, and we saw that previous day, we talked about how a previous day low had a 61% probability of being taken out over the previous day high that had 19, right? Now, some of you guys will say, well, duh, it was Jackson Hole and all that was a no-brainer. Yeah, you're absolutely right. But we do this every single OHLC from the daily. But with the cool stuff that we can do is we can say, hey, we took out that previous day low. We see that this signature wasn't a result of Jackson Hole, because this signature happened 520 times out of the last 20 years. And out of that 520 times, we knew that our 30th percentile, 70% probability off a previous day low would be 20 basis points. All right. So out of this 520, 30% of them reversed after taking out previous day low, and 70% of them kept going. Well, we did the same thing with the median price, 0.38, and we did the same thing on Friday with the 70th percentile, which is 0.61. And we knew that, like, this is where the mode median of reversal is going to be, right? Then another thing, and then if we didn't want to take out this low probability, because even though this is a 61% probability, we know that the other side gets a bid too. Like, let's say we open up Asia, gapped up over the 25, got above previous day mid, and breached the open, then the high would have a 54 and the low would have a 53, and we'd have to rely more on, other systems because there's no edge in that, right? Then we talked about Asia very in detail on Friday, right? And we said, hey, based off of what New York AM and PM did, right? Oh, wrong thing. How would we play Asia if gunship fires within the first 15 minutes short, right? And we know that Jackson Hole, right, from a conditional time base, so candle science gives us probabilities on open, high, low, close patterns, right? Not just one, but multiple, right? And daily profile gives us conditional probabilities off of Asia did this and London did this, or in Asia's case, New York 1 AM did this and New York PM did this, right? And then we talked about, like, and we can see even without Asia, the signature that Jackson Hole gave has happened 237 times before from a conditional base. All right. So we talked about if we go with that candle science higher probability and we start using Asia to take out the previous day low, what to expect? And we knew that continuation was more likely, right? We knew that continuation was more likely. We can see right here, there's a 62% chance that after we break out of the gunship in Asia 18 to 1930, there's a 62% chance that we'd go true. And so, yeah, like everybody wants to like focus on that 62, but they ignore the 37% of false. So we talked through that, just like we do every night. And we can see that if it was going to be true, we should be ranging between 18 to 1930, and then ranging and around 2000 start to sell off. However, if we're going to go with the lower probability in reverse, we should sell out of 18 to 1900 and 19 to 2000, and then 2000 should put the reversal. All right. And so now going into Asia, what did we do? From 18 to 1900, we sold. And from 19 to 2000, we sold, and then we reversed at 2000. So we can see, right, that we did the signature from 18 to 1900, right? Then 19 to 2000, and then we reversed at 2000. So, with that being said, no matter what news came out over the weekend, no matter what hole Jackson has, right, a typical normal person shouldn't be able to do this and use conditional based probabilities from the open, high, low, close of the daily candle science Thursday and Friday and New York AM and PM. All right. So hopefully you guys were paying attention and you executed some lovely trades. And that's the trade that Austin was going towards. And then they stopped him out. And statistically, we said that
I think
major
honestly
pivot,
that was Jackson Hole. Jackson's hole took my stop. It wasn't anything to do with the move.
we can see that right here, this 2000 was the time to pay attention. Ta-da! All right, moving on. All right, now we are going to change this back to, if this is your first time showing up, we do this every single day. Sometimes we can make it look like we understand the market and we have it figured out. Like everybody who joined at 1500 on Friday looking at this Asian move, sometimes we just look like idiots because guess what? Statistics are both ways. Like your job is to identify which one live price is lining up with, right? And aligning a live price with historical data. So now we know that the problem that we've got to solve today is, do we need to make a new low of the day? Or was this reversal at 2000 good enough? And now most people will say, bro, did you see what we did in Asia and London? Right? That's the fucking low of the day. And I say, malarkey. We use statistics to identify that. Right? So now going to our conditional based probabilities, we see that they sold off Asia. They sold off London, right? They did a short false, but this was a long false scenario because we went up to come down, right? So we are going to come over to the daily profile. We're going to reset it. We're going to pretend like we're going to stream la la la. So like we don't pay attention to the normal, whatever is happening in the market right now. We're going to use our probabilities to figure out, all right, if that new low of the day needs to be breached. A new low of the day needs to be had and broken. And then we broke out of the 730 to 830 range, right? So they sold off Asia, they sold off London, and we've already broken out of the 730 to 830 time-based range, and Austin covered the P12 mid, which we'll go into, but he already gave the importance of that, right? And so now we know that there's only two possibilities that we can do between now and 1130, right? We can, around the 730 to 830 range, right? We can go down and then by 1130 come up and breach that high, or we can go down and by 1130 not breach that high. We can go down to reverse or down to continue. And our job today is to figure out when and where to make both those decisions, right? First and foremost, we're going to say, hey, right, which one happens the most? And right here, you can see that there's a 73% chance that we go down to come up. There's a 26% chance that we do down to continue, right? So starting with the higher probability, right, we can see that, okay, This is what we're expecting, right, from a price point. And that in this case, this is the high of the day times, right, that are based off of this Asia, what Asia did, what London did, and New York going with the higher probability to go down to come up. And we can see that, this 1800 high of the day looks legit, and the 930 to 1015 low of the day looks legit, right? So first and foremost, let's put our low of the day stuff in. Our mode to medians from 0.8 to 0.1 between 9. That's where you most of off of Globex Open, the bulk of your data is going to sit is between 0.8 to 1 mode to median, and it should happen between 9:30 to 10:15. All right, so we're going to come over here. We're going to say, hey, what if we do a short false with low of day between negative 0.8 negative 0.9 oh, I gotta put the little negative mark. I don't like being negative on Mondays. And we know that statistically it happens between 9:30 and 10:30, right? And so now it's going to draw this nice little fancy box when it updates, and it's going to say, hey, we should make a new low of the day, right? And the highest probable thing that you can expect is for something like this. Ding. All right. So first and foremost, right, how do we identify this with the live price? Well, we do something called the 4-step reversal, right? If we're going to lock in that low of the day, right, we know that we should be able to get above 9:30. Everything is messed up. Can we get above 9:30? Meaning the 1 minute candle of the 9:30, can we get above it? Right? It's that simple. Let's get rid of this silly little background. Let's make the font bigger for anybody who's over 41 readers, for you to be able to see what my text says. All right, I feel you. I feel you. There we go. That should be big enough. Can we get above 9:30? That's step 1. Can we get above 9 o'clock's 50% mark between 9:30 and 10? Can 10 take out 9's high? And can we make an instat low in the first 15 minutes after 10 for 10? Right? And that's how we're going to identify if this is happening. Right? And now let's go see the other statistics that will support this from happening. That will support this. Right? We see settlements up here. So let's go start with that. And we say that we have London OU right here. We got this London high. We got this Asia high. We got London OU. We got settlement. Right? So those are going to be our probabilities that we look at to support that, the retrace back up. Right? First and foremost, we can see that this does not have to be the high of the day at 1800. Right? We got plenty of data and we didn't spend enough distribution to capture that, right? So we know that if we are going to make a new high day, right, and the continuation from 9:30 to reversal, there is some data that says after end of day, high of day, between 0.2 to 0.4 mode to median, right? Now, starting with that London OU, which I have selected as broken. Dang it. Right? We can see that there's a 91% probability under this scenario that London OU is going to get hit, with the secondary mode being between 9:30 and 10:15. Right? So we know that there is a willingness, once we get the 4-step reversal, to come capture this London OU. Right? So we're going to pay attention to that. Now we've got Globex open, but before Globex open, right, settlement. Right? Let's go play around with settlement. Under this scenario, right, does settlement like to get filled on a Monday? We can see that under this scenario, settlement has a pretty typical fill, nothing great. Midnight has a really good retracement value between 8 to 12, which is currently below us. Note that. We see Globex Open has a 72% probability, which is right here. Right? So now, settlement, right? Should we target longs to capture settlement? Right? Let's go see. We already see that right out of the gate, it's got a 75% probability. And then for Monday, 25%, 50%, 75% gap fill has high probabilities based off this conditional based probability. Right? So we can see even settlement gets a bid. Right? So if we get that 4-step reversal, I would start targeting longs, right? I'll cover my queen 10 basis points off of entry. I will try to line up, because it's going short false, this area right here with the MFE 50 of the gunship, right? So now let's erase my cool drawings, my cool circles, and that'll be that, right? I'll take cash flow number 1 somewhere around here once I get the gunship MFE 50, right? This is considered your outer sample targeting, and then the gunship is your in sample. This is based off of conditional based probabilities over the last 20 years. The gunship MFE 50 is based off of this quarter's actual MFE, right? So that's my trade. If we want to come all the way down and make a new low of the day and then attack those and do like a 945 reversal or something like that, right? Do we have the distro for that? And we can see that out of our 10-day median range is 378. We've only spent 272. Our Monday 7:30 to 11:30 median range is 316. We've only spent 108. So yes, we can absolutely do something like this and not be an extreme move, right? So now, right, let's define the other possibility around the 7:30 to 8:30, the lower probability where we go short and continue short. Right? We already know through multiple sources of data, right, to expect a reversal between 9:30 and 10:15. Right? It's the highest probable time of reversal of the intraday period, right? Now we're going to go look at the other side of the coin. Right? If we go true and we do the continuation, which has a 26% probability, the one thing that we can see is, number one, first and foremost, we like to range around the market open, right? Some retracements happen, right? We had a good little conversation on Friday about that. But since this is a lower probability, we're going to use independent measurements that make it very obnoxious that this is happening in the highest probable reversal time of the day, 9:30 to 10:15. It's choosing continuation, which is a lower probability. So how we do that is, number one, lack of a 4-step reversal. Number two, blowing through this reversal zone, which is the highest probable low of the day for a short false, right? That's step 2. Step 3, where is it? Right here, right? This is our MFE, right? Over the last quarter, once we break out of the 7:30 to 8:30 range, right? We can see that this right here, right, is our 30th percentile, right? That means 70% of the time in the last quarter, after breaking out of the 7:30 8:30 range, we've hit that. This right here is our 50th, our median, right here, right? Meaning 50-50. This down here is our 70th percentile, meaning it's only happened 30%. We've made it that far without reversing. So let me put my background back on. We're going to make that a nice little green box because we are in support of Christmas in this town, right? And then we're going to draw.
Whoa. It's October, bro.
Listen,
Halloween.
Let me show you something. Let me show you something real quick. Because I am one of those dudes that starts decorating. I'm like the Dollar freaking General up in this joint. I'll start freaking decorating for Halloween in August. I'm going to pull up my Discord and show this picture on the screen. While I do that, let me just go in and make this red. Where's old Smitty boy? I sent it to him. This is what me and Smitty were talking about. Copy image. Oh, it's not going to open it. Why are you being so silly? Open media link. Boom. You see that? You see that?
Dude, I respect
beginning.
it.
It's beginning.
I respect it.
But back to what I was saying, right? So the next step of a continuation of a reversal, do we breach through this median 50? Right? And then the last of a 4-step continuation, right, is do we breach 40 basis points off of the 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock low, which is right here, right? So all these times, which is right above there, right? So this is the 6 to 9 range right in here. This is the low. This would be 40 basis points. We saw that anytime we did any of these 4 steps, we typically went with a lower probability continuation move between 9:30 and 11:30. So not afraid to take sells. I will take sells. I will take sells with reduced position size because number one, I don't short America. It's against my religion, right? Not really, but it is a lower probability, so I will reduce position size. I will take sells. I will cover my queen 10 basis points. I will cover my cash flow around this P12 low, right, in this area, line it up with the MFE 25 from the gunship, and then take everything off so I can focus on the reversal, right? So if that's what 9:30 gives me as sells, I will take those sells. But this is cover the queen 10 basis points off of entry, target this, and just be done with the sell. And if it wants to sell into oblivion because Jackson's hole had hemorrhoids, right? Like that's just the move I'll miss. All right. So with that being said, that's what I got, ladies and gentlemen.
He can't get over the Jackson hole.
Dude, I mean, it's so stupid.
Ladies and gentlemen,
guess.
we have Mrs. Marci in the backstage right now. Let's bring her up here. Welcome, Marci.
Good morning. How are you?
We are wonderful. How are you?
I'm doing fabulous. I was really enjoying the presentation he had here going on. This is fabulous.
Yeah. Every morning we do like a little war game. So like we like basically break it into 2 pieces. So we got our analysis and then what trade ideas from the analysis are you doing? But yeah,
So
tell everybody about you. What are you about? What do you trade? How do you trade? All the in between.
Oh man, somehow I just fell into the Nasdaq and I've just been doing it ever since. In the beginning of my journey, like 15 years ago, I was like OTC penny stocks, didn't know what I was doing at all. And then I grew up and I went into stocks, right? And I was trading all the stocks. And then I got really into QQQ and was trading like SPY and QQQ. And then it was futures and I've never stopped. And I don't know why I prefer NQ over ES. A lot of people are the other way, but that's just my bread and butter. And you know what I find is sometimes you only need to do one thing and do it really well.
Exactly.
So it works better for me focusing on one thing. And I think when you focus on the index, it's really easy to take into account the factors that might influence it. Not always, but I mean, things like the macro events and economic announcements that can really push it. Whereas when you're trading stocks, anything can happen at any minute. So NQ girly for life. Hi, Rena. I saw that. Good morning.
I absolutely love that. And I totally agree. Like we all start somewhere. And like I did the same thing. So I studied in the economics, then went into companies and had to figure out everything that goes into companies from a fundamental and technical side. And then went into options. And it was like I had to ask
I
myself.
detoured into options for a little bit too. And I thought I was really good at that for a while. And then I changed my opinion on my capabilities. Options will humble you in a day.
Yeah. I mean, we see Dave Trades in the chat and he's really good at options, but me, I wasn't so good at it. So I had to ask myself, like, is what I'm doing adding too many different variables, right? And I'm with you, like, I'm just the dude that's like, I just want to be really good at the NASDAQ. Me and Austin have tried to trade the Russell and the YM and even ES. And it's like, for years now, we've been trying to make that conversion to see if, like we wanted to do that. And it's like, no, like we're stuck with the Nasdaq.
Yeah, I don't really think you need anything more than it, to be honest. But it's just once you adapt your trading style to it, you don't really see the benefits in trading other securities.
Mhm.
It's interesting now because futures weren't really marketed like they are today when I started, but now new traders are coming in and they're being marketed to start with futures. So I think it'll be interesting to see the path that they take, if they stick with it or if they end up venturing off to stocks and doing the reverse.
Mhm.
Who
Well, we already see
knows?
that with, as the single stock futures, like there's like a good handful right here, right now.
Yeah, have you traded any of them? I haven't even looked at
Not
them, to be
yet.
honest.
No,
I
we're
Are
still
think,
they
collecting data on them.
yeah.
okay? And then I know we had the nanos starting. I
Now
didn't look
that
at
is
any of
something I can support, right? What do you think
yeah.
about the nanos for a trader, a
Did it
retail
start
trader?
already? I
It
honestly
did.
haven't even looked at them. It started like a week ago.
Yeah, it
I
started a
think
week ago.
the nanos are fabulous because I think that's probably a good place for new traders to focus on, especially if they're like working at prop firms, because they're so much smaller. You're forced to take such big trades. I mean, even a micro is a large size.
Mhm.
It makes managing your risk and your trade size a lot easier. So I think it will open the door for a lot of people. It's
I
awesome.
absolutely agree with that because, like, the one thing, regardless of what kind of strategy you trade or whatever, the one common factor that will tell you if you're going to make it or break it, right, is your position sizing, right? Your position sizing is everything. And, like, you're absolutely right. If you think about what we do as intraday traders on the NASDAQ, we are on the hardest time frame from an investor time horizon standpoint, right? And we are in the most leveraged market, right? QQQ, I can go on the like a year worth of drawdown and not stress out, and is not going to influence my decision making. But MNQ is a whole nother story, right? So the ability to trade like smaller size and risk 1% or 0.5% per trade is going to extend your ability to survive even longer, right? Because I'm with you, I'm on the nano team too, and since you trade live accounts, most of our community and most retail traders out there have been sharked by the prop firm route, right? And they've just delusionally been convinced that you have to trade bigger size. And statistically, you can see any prop eval, and we've done this test before, and the one single factor, right, that sustains that prop account is the position size and time in the prop world, right? So trading live accounts, you learn real fast in a hurry, like position size is everything. Why don't you talk about that part of it when you came into the future space and identifying when position size was the most important factor?
Position sizing is everything. You can have the best strategy in the world. It can be statistically backed. Everything can be wonderful, but if you're sized inappropriately, you're going to blow regardless. But the reverse is true also if you size too low. So
Mhm.
it's a balance that you have to have. I've always said, like, trading isn't what's hard, it's the sizing. Sizing is what will make you or break you. And in that, I would say a lot of times people don't understand. You may take on a large size in a trade, but you may have a stop where you're only risking 1% of the portfolio for that trade. You could be levered at 200%, but you're only risking 1%. So in that, when you account for position sizing, you very much have to also account for having stops and knowing how much you're going to risk. Always keeping risk in the forefront of your mind is the most important thing. And just remembering that, your past performance is never going to indicate the future performance, and risk, 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 risk. But sizing is just, it's everything. And it's funny because it's not really taught anywhere. I'll see a lot of these gurus. Oh, there's the dog making a Cameo. A lot of these gurus online, I noticed they'll teach people to trade, and I never really see them focus on sizing, and
I have
that's
I 1000% agree. That's one thing we hyper focus on in our community is the position size. I literally have 4 weeks of just teaching people risk of ruin, 14-day risk of ruin, expectancy, position size, and doomsday budgeting, because that is by far the most important part. Now,
yeah.
how was that in the Robins Cup? Because like you definitely hit on some things I want to go back and digest a little bit, right? Knowing when to increase risk per trade versus decrease risk per trade. Like when you were going through the Robins Cup, like how was that pressure of knowing that like, oh, this is a setup, I would increase my risk per trade, my position size, but like I'm
Yeah.
competitive. Like what was that like?
I would really take into account the time of day. I'm very aware that in around the open, I tend to get stopped out more. So around the open, I would pull back. There's times of day that I have found I wouldn't get stopped out as much. So if I found a perfect trade during certain hours, I would go heavier. If I found a perfect trade around the open, I would go lighter. The thing with that is that it is a competition. It's not, it is real money. We're trading with real money. It's not a sim account. But definitely, I'll speak for myself. I took on more risks than I do in the real world from a competitive nature. In the real world, you won't find me getting super large returns like that and taking on that size risk. But for the competition, it's like you put your best trade out there, you try to be as safe as you can be, you have your stops, you manage the risk, and when you think you found one, you go after it. But it is very much a different world. And I'm a big believer that that type of risk, from my perspective, is not something I would implement long term in live money um, accounts and portfolios, because there's always room for something to go wrong. Um, Systems go down. I've seen stops not get executed. There's always things that can go wrong. So when you're competing in the World Cup, it is definitely high risk, high reward. But in real life, I think it should be scaled back to manage risk more appropriately.
Absolutely. There's nothing worse than you said the whole stock's not getting filled. There's nothing worse being in an option position or a stock position and you're trying to get out of the position and nobody will take it from you.
Yeah,
You're like, shoot.
the hardest parts about trading are of course, like we talked about, sizing. But then the one thing other than just taking a trade and being at the wrong size that I've seen people blow up with is execution. Errors in their own execution and errors with the broker system executing. I've seen people blow up because they thought they had to stop and they didn't and they went to sleep. That actually happened to one of my friends this past year, and they're still hurting and recovering from it. I've seen people that, you think you're long, but you're actually short. Or also, sometimes you can have a stop in there and you closed your position, but you never canceled your order. So it's really important to take into account human error and errors with all these systems and programs we use. And the best way to do that is to manage your risk and make sure you're not risking more than you should. And you should always leave some type of buffer in case things go wrong. I've seen times where like the system will just go down and traders can't sell their trade. So those are things as a trader you tend to learn the hard way. When there are really, really big days in the market where the market is like crashing and everyone's freaking out, a lot of these broker systems go down at the open. And I mean, they may come back 10 minutes later, they may come back an hour later, but it can really affect you if you were in a trade and you weren't positioned correctly, or if your stop didn't get executed. So you have to, when you're making a risk management plan with your trades, you have to account for those things too. And that's very hard to teach until you experience it, because I think you tend to think it won't happen to me, but it will. It's all happened to me, everything.
Absolutely.
I had some options when I was in my earlier days of trading. I had some options and I looked at it like 10 minutes before the close, and it was nowhere near the money. They were going to expire worthless, right? And I was like, okay, well, I can't sell them. They're about to expire worthless. I'm just going to let them expire. And I just shut my laptop. I came back Tuesday. It wasn't even Monday because I didn't even trade Monday. Apparently, there was like a move the last end of the day, and I was in the money. And my broker executed me.
Oh, they exercise you? Yeah.
Exercised my options, not executed. They exercised my options. So when I came back, I actually owned more money of this stock than I even had in my account. And so I didn't know. So that's why I'm like, in trading, I learned all these lessons the hard way. I called my broker, like, what happened? How can I even buy this? And I don't even have the money. So I'm happy
Like
that, like,
your house and your car had the money.
so one of the things that I really want to do that I'm working on is I want to make like a YouTube video of like all the ways you can ruin your account trading without actually making like a bad trade,
Just
right?
human slippage.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, because that's just not taught. You learn the hard way. Once it happens, it will never happen to you again. You learn your lesson, but those things can really take you out, and it's really like you got to, learn the hard way. Truly.
So the hard way, right? So this is a little pet peeve of mine. So everybody complains about like trading being the hardest thing they've ever done in their life. And yes, it is difficult. And yes, it brings up you versus you issues. And yes, it shows how if you value your dollar that you're trading, and if you're a good steward of the work that you put in to make that dollar. But like you come from a background like me, where it's like, yes, trading can be stressful. It's not probably the hardest thing it's not the biggest adversity I had to persevere through my life. Now why don't you go into a little bit about like that, how you used like your past to kind of make you a better trader?
Yeah, I mean, I have a difficult past, and I think in that it helps me deal with high stress environments. And it becomes a little bit normal. I think that you adapt this ability to sort of dissociate from emotions. So I think it can be like kind of a talent. I think that the more that you go through in life, the more you appreciate the small things. It's very hard to be grateful for things that you've always had. you know I have to remind myself sometimes of just like the little things. Like, I need to be grateful that I'm healthy, I could walk, I could talk, I could speak. We take those things for granted. So especially when you've been through difficult situations, and you've had moments where like you didn't have places to live, you appreciate, like, oh, I get to put my toothbrush at my sink and it's going to be there in the morning. Whereas if you always did that, you might not appreciate it. But in that, it really gives you grit and the ability to not be so fearful of failure, because it's like, well, where did I start? So no matter where I'm at now, I'm succeeding. I'm going to keep failing along the way, but you just have to keep going. And everyone has their struggles. Everyone deals with different things. And I'm a big believer that everyone sort of has like a superpower, and the market's about to open and I'm rambling. But I believe everyone has a superpower, and you have to find what that is within yourself, and use that in a way to impact the world and your career. Here we go.
I like to tell
Hey,
people,
what?
choose your hard,
Yeah, for real. What is this, a 5-minute chart you have up? Or what is this?
This is a 1 minute chart for
Oh,
now
1
for the
minute.
market
Okay.
open. Usually throughout the day I'll increase, but on the because one of our main strategies is the 930 price, right? The 1 minute candle. I like to be on the 1 minute chart.
So, as the day goes on, do you usually go into like 15-minute, 5-minute,
Oh,
2-minute, or are you
I'm
still looking at
tracking
the?
I'm tracking them all. Like when I put on this indicator right here, I can see that, oh, this is the first 15 minute, the second 15, this box represents the 9 o'clock hour, and so forth and so forth. All right, let's see if we can get that new low of the day. Market is open and my data is crashing. Weird.
And definitely, Marcy, if you see any like ideas that you see or levels, feel free to call them out. You can share your screen if you want to, or anything you want. That if we're talking and you're like, oh, I see this, feel free to interrupt.
All right,
Oh
so we
yeah.
might be getting the green pill approach for you guys who know what I'm talking about. Like, because, right, what did we do pre-market? We met the criteria of the green pill approach, meaning, right, we're expecting that this can be the highest probable movement right here, right now. Not that one, but the low might be in because we're ripping out of the gate. What did the pre-market do? It got above the 10 basis points off the 9 o'clock open and all that, and we're heading to the false zone right now. So you don't have to get that new low of the day. We got it from a price standpoint, right? So what is the market telling us right here, right now? We'll pay attention if we can get above the 730, which we just did. We just turned it false, so your bias should be long.
22 basis point 930, not too bad.
Pretty cheap. And we got a possible DWP range 2 setup coming out of the gate, so might need to be patient with this one. I won't be taking this 1 minute close. Austin might, but I'm not. I'm going to wait to see if I can get a retracement. Might be one of those days I wait for the pullback. We did get above that P12 mid, so as long as we're above this P12 mid, I'm not worried about anything to the downside.
I have a little sneaky suspicion. I can't pay for risk on this trade. This breakout's way too expensive here. If we do continue off 930 open right here, right now, 945, I'll leverage that. But yeah, this is 27,
Settlement London OU. The next high probable target is this Globex open and this P12 high. And then for anybody who did capture that long, you've had plenty of spots to cover your queen, make it a risk-free trade, and your cash flow target number 1 is around 600 big figure. That's where your MFE 50th percentile is.
Do you feel like online everyone is hyping it up to be a bad September? I feel like I keep seeing statistics about election or midterm years and September, and everyone seems to be scared of it.
I think as intraday traders, like, these moves are statistically proven to happen regardless what the economic news shows. So it's like I don't try to, if I can't trade off of it, it's just noise to me. Like I like to put the tinfoil hat on and that, but that's just not my trading style. What do you think, Austin?
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said it perfectly when we first came in here, right? Like when you stick to your one thing, when you find your one kick, Bruce Lee, I fear a man that's practiced one kick 10,000 times. Like I tell people, especially from us, we use statistics. Like you got all these news events. They happen every month. You got CPI is happening. PPI is happening. NFP, FOMC, but yet it's like every different little event is everybody always acts like it's so unique and so weird. Jackson's Hole, right? Like we all know these things are happening.
I just get burned every Jackson Hole. I don't even trade it anymore.
Thank you.
I don't know what it is. It's like I can do all of the Fed meetings, the CPI. I'm just like, okay, and I'll get out of it with my normal risk, my normal win rate, but when it's Jackson Hole, it's just always a loss to me. It's like
real quick, we're bouncing off right now. What Mark is telling us is that we can't get below 930 low yet, and right now we're at the 930 50%, right? So we've stepped above, and we're finding footing on New York OU. And so, like, if you're going to manage trade, right, your risk should be below the 930. as of right now, once gunship MAE comes, you have more, and your entry should be around somewhere around this area at the 50 or right below it.
That was quite the move.
So what do you give us a little insight about you, Marci, when it comes to the technicals? So like, what's your typical right now? The market's open. What's like your little routine to look for stuff? What's your technical side look like?
I always go top down. So I'll look at the weekly, I'll look at the daily. A lot of my trades are swing trading based on the 4-hour chart. I really love the 4-hour chart. When I do have time, I'll sit there and do some intraday trades. But I'm so much like pattern based, and I'm really into mean reversion and measured movements and using statistics to kind of approach how I think it might react to that. But a lot of it's so weird. It's like I just look at the chart sometimes and I'm like, oh, I think it's going this way. And a lot of times I'll look at the chart and I see no direction. And I just see it sometimes. You get so used to having all of the indicator. Oh, look, now we're just rolling over.
Yep.
It's like, just kidding. We're time to reverse. You get so used to having all your indicators and everything on the chart that sometimes it just speaks to you in a way that you almost can't explain to someone else. It's like a language of pictures, really.
What's your experience? You're putting your experience in
Yeah.
the same structure that you keep doing. It's like your own language, you know. It's like
Yeah.
how do you teach somebody exactly this language of exactly this framework?
Right, and that's kind of why every trader will tend to contradict each other because we've all learned a different way, a different approach, and no one's right or wrong. It's just that's what works for that person. Um, I don't trail my trades, and that's not popular. I think the majority of people do. And I'm always like, people always ask me that, and I'm like, that's just how it works for me. But the majority of people don't do that. You have to do what works for you and what works for your risk appetite and helps you manage risk. But I don't know, it just talks to me.
It sounds like
you're a more one and done.
It's like TP or stop loss.
Yep.
Wait, what'd you say? Sorry.
Like TP or stop loss. Like you're just, this is your target, and it's either I'm going here or stop loss. No, trying to squeeze it out and stuff like partial and all that.
Yeah, but I do a lot of trend trading. So I will say, while my stop loss is static, a lot of times my take profit is fluid depending on how the trend is going. If I'm doing something like a measured movement trade, that's like usually a hard take profit. That's not something I'll move. But if it's trend trading, I'm staying in it, trying to flow with the trend. And one of the things with trading in the beginning, I really found I tried to have, I don't know what your win rate, what approach you take is, but in the beginning, I tried to take a really high win rate. I thought like I wanted to be like 70% and up, and that works for a lot of people. But I found with me and my trading, it was better to be in like the 40% win rate to like 60% win rate range. I felt like that worked better for me. And that's kind of where I sit now, depending on what strategy I'm doing. But a lot of times when you're doing trend trading, you'll go down to like a 36-38% win rate.
Yeah, and I think you just defined like best loser win, and like just a comment, right? Tom Hugar's also is the champ at like just stop moving your freaking stops, like account for that risk, and like leave your TPs open, right? Like if the market's telling you to stay in, right, then stay in, right? Like I do something called covering my queen, where like I'll increase my position size, my risk per trade a little bit, and then I'll cover my queen to turn it into a risk-free trade, and then I have the ability to use stats or levels or whatever to collect cash flow. So by the time my runners are running, they can go wherever the market wants them to go, but I've already made it a risk-free trade and I've collected cash flow. So there's no stress, whatever the market wants to do with it. It doesn't matter either way. And it sounds like that's kind of the style that you take. I'm not a big component of moving my stop loss or trailing stop losses. I've accounted for that risk before I even place the trade, right? And if you account for that risk before you place the trade, then like you're not worried about taking the risk, right? Like you see, if you did your doomsday budgeting correctly, which is like worst case scenario trading based off your system, like you have no business being scared to take a stop. What are your
Yeah,
thoughts on
and
that?
that's the thing. You really have to invert everything. Charlie Munger, it's a quote from him, and he says invert everything. You have to look at what's the worst possible thing that can happen. And you have to, that's where you have to start your risk management from. And you
Mhm.
have to find a way to manage your risk that in the worst case scenario, you will survive. And that's what great trading is about. Rena, am I saying your name right? Is it Rena? I saw you ask the question in the chat about do I add to positions and do I take partial profits? Um, so if I'm doing trend trading and the trend is I feel like the trend is strong and it's getting stronger, there are times I will add to the position. If I'm doing a mean reversion trade or measured movement type of trade, I don't add to it. I'll just stick with um, what I started with. The thing with trend trading is sometimes when you get in, you can't really tell exactly how strong it's going to be. And then as it starts running, you're like, oh, okay, I got one here. And so what I'll try to do is wait for like a small pullback where maybe it does like a partial mean reversion during the trend, and I will add to it. As far as taking partial profits, it's not really something that I do. There are times where my trades have I it has just gone cuckoo so high where I'll just be like looking at it like, oh, there's just no way. This is just bonkers, and I'll just close it out. But those things are rare, but when they do happen, I do get out early or take some partial profits. But for the most part, I stick to, I would say like 98% of the time I'm not taking partial profits. I'm just sticking to my system.
When you say measure move, Marci, could you give us like an example? Because it's funny you say that. Like I'd say that's about 80-70% of like what we do here is like we build statistics around measure moves, and then we apply those measure moves. Like for example, if I could just show you real quick, this is my chart, right? So this is the 1 minute opening range of 930. So I base a lot of my risk around this move. And if I can't pass rule number one, which is like, if I can't define my risk, we just talked about that, right? Then I don't care how great the trade could win. It's not mine to take to pay for. So this is a range, a time-based range that we measure from. And so like these boxes over here, just like we call it MFE, max favorable excursion. So favorable price movement in the current market that if we either get above or below, we can spend. So like that's how we kind of see measure moves. What's like, how do you use measure moves and how do you kind of apply it to your trading?
So similar to that,
Okay.
I do take into account price, and sometimes I will also take into account time.
Nice.
There is a man who named this something, and it has slipped my mind. But I would say if you are using measured movements for price, also when you get these long, you tend to get like a long zone of consolidation. If you
Mickey, your dog's trying to chime in with Marci here.
Oh yeah, my bad. I told you to hear her snoring.
I got my dog laying right next to me. I'm on the couch right now. My dog like never wants to leave my side. But oh no, now she wants to say hi. Stop, just chill, just chill. These dogs, right? They swear they know how to trade. They probably do. They're so smart.
They're over here
like, "Why
trying
you
to
not
tell us and we're
biting?"
just not listening.
Yeah, what are you doing? Put your stop right there. Rough. Okay, so what I was saying, let's say there's I don't have my chart up on this screen, but let's say there is a big move up, okay, like I'm going to use it as length instead of dollars. Let's say on your chart, the move up is like 1 inch. And what you'll find is if it starts consolidating after the move up, like a lot of times the consolidation will be equal in length for the time, about 1 inch. And then once they are the same, like measured length, like actual like length, right? The time and the price, you both have about 1 inch of data if your chart is like aligned right, right? I would look for a breakout and see if it can get above or below, and then I would take a long or a short based on that. And there is a name for it, and I will look it up and I will get you the name, but it has slipped my mind. I think it starts with a G. Does anyone know his name? He studied it, and like he talks about it a lot. So I'll do that. But I try to find like a big move. So you see on your chart this morning, that big move we had at the open. We
Oh, right here.
Yeah, like all those yellow candles. I would like give it a few after the big push up in the morning, the yellow candles. I would give it a few, and if I saw it, I would give it maybe like 3 candles, and then I would try to see if it could get above that morning move, right? And if it does, I might try to play it for the distance of that initial push we had in the morning upwards.
So
Does
kind of
that
like
make
a
sense?
like a range projection. So like you're
Yeah.
saying, so let's say you take this low to this high,
Yeah.
and then you're saying, so like you would do
See,
a
you're
multiple.
translating what I'm trying to say. Thank you. Yeah, that's
No,
what
I
I
love
mean.
it.
Yeah, I'll do that a lot. I like that. Now, that's kind of like a breakout, right? Um, and I do a lot of Fibonacci retracements and extensions. I'm really, really big on that also. Are you into Fibonacci?
Not so much Fibonacci, but like I guess what I like to tell people is if you just take the foundation of what makes people successful, you can kind of make it in your own way. So like
Mm-hmm.
the basis of what you're saying is you like to have some calculation to then give yourself structure, so that you use Fibonacci as your calculation. My calculation is just replace the Fibonacci with literally just MFE measurements, max favorable
Mm-hmm.
excursions, and that's the same idea, same concept. Is I'm taking this time-based range, but instead of projecting the multiple like what you do, which would be something like this, where you're like, okay, this is 2x, 2 times multiple of this range or whatever. I take that and I just measure when we finally do break outside of this range, this
Mm-hmm.
is the reasonable expectation, because this is just the current market giving us the data that in the past 75 days, this is the 25th percentile, this white box on both sides. So, 75% of the data is going to lie around here to here. And then the median is here, then the 75th is here. And so like, it's kind of like a temperature gauge, or Mickey likes to call it his budget. So like when we're either underspending or overspending, that gives us some clues. So like how to read it kind of right now is we tried breaking below the 930 and we only spent a very small amount. We only tapped into the 25th percentile below, and we've only tapped into the 25th percentile above. So, numbers wise, the median is created because it's that way for a reason, right? So it's a measurement of what we've done in the current market. So at some point when we do finally get and surpass like either the 25th percentile above or the 25th percentile above, if below, then where? If above, then where? And so like that's how we kind of use it. So like if live price tells us where the bullish might start, which is this time-based range, statistics tells us where to. So live price tells us where, statistics tells us where to.
Okay.
So it's kind of like the same thing, just using measurements.
Might need a little lesson behind the scenes. Okay.
Well,
Wink, wink.
perfect example is like, let's say you do a 2x multiple, just using your example of just the 930. So
Mhm.
this 2 up here, for anybody that isn't familiar, just represents, okay, this is double the size of 930. So imagine you had I like to tell people, imagine you had a number. So imagine if you were in a room where you had a 50-50 shot at getting $1 million, or you had a 50.0001, everybody would choose door B. Even if there's a slight 0.01% chance of getting $1 million, everybody would choose that, because we find peace in objective numbers. If you can tangibly, say this is a high probability, then we psychologically kind of can gravitate and build more confidence versus just feeling and gut. So if I now knew, okay, yes, this is a 2 times multiple of this range, but here is the current market measurement in real time of, like, let's say you had a 50-50 shot versus this 1.5, you have about a 75% shot because it's around the 25th percentile of the current market. You get what I'm saying? So you're just basically putting a number to a level that is very important to you. And that's all we do.
Yeah, that's awesome. I love this. One of the other things I'm really big on, and I find it so bizarrely helpful, kind of like how Fibonacci can be bizarrely helpful. I use a lot of DeMark analytics, and I'm not paid to say that. I have no association with them. That's just like my genuine feelings.
Yeah.
I think the way DeMark and his theories approaches the concept of price exhaustion is very interesting. And I'm always using his tools too. They're helpful. And there's some oscillators I use, and I use the basic stuff too, like RSI, and people like call me old, but MACD. Sorry.
Hey, it's just whatever works. That's whatever gives you peace on the charts to
And
execute
then,
consistently. That's it.
Your moving averages, I use exponential and simple. I have like different setups on my charts saved, and I'll like look at the chart and then I'll delete it and go through like a different like technical setup, and I'll look at them from different views. And then it's also so weird, and I don't know why I do this, but I have like my big technical like trading platform, but then I like to go to like the old school stock charts and FinViz sometimes, and I'll just type in QQQ, and I just want to see it from a different angle, a different approach that has nothing to do with how I look at the chart, because sometimes I'll see something in it that I don't see in my setup, and I'm constantly trying to look at charts from different views and different programs, because sometimes you will just see something that you just couldn't see in the different setup.
Yeah.
And no affiliation with any of those companies. That's just like my thing that I do.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's just what you use. Yeah.
But I can't tell you how many times I have all my stuff on my chart, and then I'll just, hey, let me go on FinViz and I'll type it in, because I'll just want to see the random trend lines that they have on there. And I'll be like, I didn't even see that. And then I'll go back and look at it, and I'll like adjust the way I'm viewing the chart. It's just kind of helpful to see it from different angles.
I think Rena said, was it Jack Gleason? I think Jack Gleason is the name you were looking for measure moves.
Is it Gleason? It doesn't sound right.
Well, somebody else said Gone too. Are you talking about Gone, like a Gone box?
Was it him? Listen, it's one of the G's, okay?
It's one of the G's. Just think of every famous G trader, and it's one of them.
They were an OG. Their name starts with a G. All the G's, and they could do the charts. That's what I know. Okay, so I'll look into it. I'll send out a tweet later. Okay, my bad.
Nah, you good.
I know the charts, not the names.
I will say,
just an update, because I was expecting the low of the day. Took a sell based off a gunship confirmation down. It came back up in the blue, stopped me out for $300. So I'm out of that trade, and I'm flat right now. Looking for the long side again, because we cannot get below 930, and we can't get below P12 mid. We can't get below the 945 candle. So just letting time pass me by, knowing that we're just ranging inside of this 930 price, and just being patient and waiting for 10 o'clock to show its hand.
Yeah, if we close above 930, I'm taking this long, guys. I've just been sitting here patiently stalking this, because we closed above, couldn't pay for this trade or even see anything as far as getting above here. So then I waited, still waiting. Somebody asked in the chat, who was it? Somebody said Austin 945. Yes, 945. It kind of broke one of my major rules, which is when 945 is right here on top. Because I use time too, Marci. We love time. So when 945 is stacking on top of 930, I can't really use it to kind of gauge, are we extended away, or because there's no distance. So right here, right now, I'm waiting for us to close. If we get a closure above the 930, I'm long. And I'm going to try to take advantage of the fact that exactly what Mickey said, we are finding support on the P12 mid. We have the 9 o'clock high right here at 517, 9 o'clock low down here at 374.25. So Marci, another major statistic we use that's kind of a measure move is the 9 o'clock high and low. So statistically, we only take one side of 9 o'clock by noon. So if the 10 o'clock takes the 9 o'clock high, then the 9 o'clock low is most of the time, statistically, it's more often to be the low for the rest of the RTH AM session than the opposite. But then the other side of the coin, because people hear the high statistic and they forget about the other side of the coin. Mickey says it perfectly. Even in 2 years, 20%, that's still a lot of days that you got to account for that don't do that high probability. So what we like to do is, if we do get above 930 here, the statistic that I'm playing on is the fact that live price is accepting above the P12 mid, which is the first half of the daily candle. Live price then is accepting above the RTH opening of the day. 2 for 2 at some bullish intent with my live price component. Statistics wise, I'm targeting the 9 o'clock high, weekly open, which is this white line right here, and then the P12 high. Those are the three major targets aligned with the median MFE above 930, which is my move. If none of this happens, if we get back below the midpoint, get back below 930, the trade idea is off, and I'll wait for 10 o'clock.
What are your favorite? Do you only trade in the morning? Do you ever trade? Or how early do you start trading? What hours do you trade?
so the main trades that I take is I do all my analysis starting at 8:30 to build up for the trades at RTH open. And then the other major session I trade is Globex open. So I actually had a short overnight. Right before you hopped on, I was kind of making a joke about it. So one of the major trades that we take that is statistics as well is we typically form the high and the low a day. And you would like this because you like time. 18 and 1900, that first hour of Globex, that's one of the major concentrations that we see of forming significant highs and lows of the daily candle. And then the other major component, the other major time that we do that is 9:30 to 10:30. So we use those two times as kind of like process of elimination, right? Is there any of those major times currently holding the high a day? And so currently we see that the 18 is holding the high a day, and 9:30 is we're still in that time frame that we could exchange that high for a new high within the time period to do so. We just need to let live price confirm. So in Globex, my Globex trade is to take advantage of that to try to get some sort of expansion off of that daily candle open. And I was in a short here with my runner, and then literally you can't. Sometimes it's just laughable. You've probably had many of these experiences. My stop, Marci, was 522 right here. We came all the way back up, took my runner, and then came all the way back down.
I hate that. Yeah, that happens to me frequently. There'll be times too where it comes, to be fair, where it will come right to my stop and like miss it by 25 cents, right? Like one tick. And I'm like, phew. But I hate that. And then you'll hear those people and they'll say, oh, if you put your buy order where everyone else will put their stop, you'll get executed. Like it'll work out better, right?
Yeah, you get a better
So
trade.
in those moments, I'm like, I'm hearing that in my head. Oh, you should put your buy where you put your stop. But in reality, that statement, it sounds really like smart and cool, but it doesn't quite work that
Well, it's
way
all
in
in
real life.
hindsight,
Yeah.
it all sounds great in hindsight. because
Yeah.
it also adds variability to your trading. Like if your trade idea and your trade plan is to execute XYZ specifically, well, now if you're like, well, I'll wait for it to pull back. Well, you just created another ripple, right, in your trade plan. Like, what about the times that the trade just takes little to no drawdown and just goes straight to your target? Well, now you missed, and that profit needs to be accounted for with how you trade. You know, you just missed out on a great profitable trade that could have paid some losses in the future that you'll take.
Yeah.
So real quick, like probability flags are
Yes,
up,
sir.
but so one thing that I do is I help with a nonprofit called Still Serving Veterans, right? And I help them build resumes and find jobs and all that.
Wait,
That's
what is it called again?
Still Serving Veterans, like ssv.org, right?
Okay.
What are some things that you do outside the market? What is your life that, you know, gives back, or, you know, like what is your life outside the market? We have a saying in the pack, like trading is cool and all, but your why's got to be established outside the market, right? And if you live life without having a positive footprint for humanity, there's no purpose of you being alive, right? What are some things that you do? And then after this answer, I do have to jump because I have to go meet with a veteran. But
Okay.
Austin will still be on.
You know, I do a lot. I'm not really big on talking about it. I tend to keep it private, but
Nice.
what I do in my day-to-day life is I do really help rehabilitate people. I've had a difficult upbringing, so I'm very big on giving people chances who haven't had chances, and helping build people up who have been through a lot of trauma. I work with some organizations that help with survivors of human trafficking, and I'm just really big on giving to people, but I tend to mentor people. I tend to like take people on and try to like mentor them and build them up and show them, hey, like this is the way, you know, this is how you build your FICO score. This is how you can do this. This is your next step. This is how you get there. And I have so many people in my life that I have just built from the ground up. And I think for me, I really like it to be very, very personal, and and in that, and I'm just always trying to help people at every angle of my life. I always say everything I do, it's not for me. It's for everybody else. Anything I can do to impact, I always take advantage of it. And I know that a lot of your group, this is mainly veteran based, and I just want to tell everyone thank you so much for what you've done for our country. And if you could put in the chat, like, you know, your name, where you're from, where you served, I would love to hear from you.
Yeah,
But
that'd be
thank you,
dope.
everyone. Yeah, I think that'd be cool to hear from you.
Yeah, we got a ton of veterans in the community.
Yeah, we do. Anyway, Marci, I do have to jump, but it was such
Okay.
an honor hearing from you. Feel free to stay on and trade with Austin. We're below P12 mid. Probability flag just flipped to the 1 hour and the 3 hour. And let's stay in touch. And like, if you want to come through my boot camp and audit it, that'd be awesome. It's 3 months, and we do war gamings every day at 8:30, and we do reengineers at 15 inside the Discord. And that'd be cool to have you in. If you want to learn statistics a little bit deeper.
Yeah, maybe Austin, you can tell me more about the boot camp.
Yeah, show the simulators and all that. But I do got to jump. All right, bye.
Bye. It was nice. Oh, he's gone.
All right, so guys, I just got
the
into
boot camp? Oh, go ahead.
just real quick, I just got into a short here, so we did get below the 930. Stop is going to be above the midpoint of 930, with the whole idea, like I said, trying to find at least 10 o'clock to take one side of this 9 o'clock, either the low or the high. I'm going to take one partial off here. So a little bit about how I manage risk too, Marci, and what we kind of do is for the people that do like to do partials. So we call it covering the queen. So when we get a high probable portion of our overall trade that goes through, we can actually cover a portion of our risk to kind of, you know, just kind of the idea of why do you partial in the first place, to cover a portion of your risk. And so what we do is we kind of make it a science. So if we know that, like, think of all of your trades that a portion of your trade goes into profit and then it reverses and gets stopped out. So that we call that high probable portion of your trade. Like, what is that high strike rate? You know, even if your trade gets stopped, it still goes in favor of that direction. So what I try to do is cover a portion of that risk. And that does two things. Psychologically, I lose against the winning team. If I can't even get where I typically get around 70-ish% probability of the direction of a portion of my trade, well, then I got no business being upset that I got stopped. And then the other side of the coin is that covers my risk to where I don't have to be right. I don't have to be fully right to either come out break even on the trade, if not somewhat in profit. So that's what we do. So targets number one, guys, is the cash flow right here below the 9 o'clock low, to take advantage of the fact that if we do come down here, take a 9 o'clock low, we could form a Q1 low in the 10 o'clock hour. And then the slightly extended target is going to be the 25th percentile. That'll leave me 2 micros on as a runner if we do come down here to the median MFE of the 930. If we do push back up and I get stopped out of this trade, I'll let 10 o'clock Q1 form just a little bit more to give me a little bit more direction to see, are we going to keep chopping around 930? And if so, I'll just pay for this trade and be done. If we do not chop around 930, either I'm wrong, we get back above 930, I can actually position myself for a long for new high day. If I'm right and we do start expanding away from 930, I can scale out of this trade going to the median MFE to the downside. So that's a trade. So Marci, what were you asking? I'm sorry.
That was so 5 minutes ago, and I have forgotten.
She said that was so 5 minutes ago. When a trade comes on, I'm like zoned in. I'm sorry.
No, you have to be though. That's a real trader, you know. I watched this YouTube video recently of Paul Tudor Jones from like the 80s, and they were like following him like live trading, and it was interesting to like see him like the energy, the vibe as he's trading. I'm like, oh yeah, I kind of act like that too. Like, I guess this is normal. So I like seeing other traders live in action, like you're just talking and they're like, wait, over here, we got to do this, because you have to do it right then. That's how it works. You can't be like, hey, what type of coffee do you like? How do you have your coffee?
What's
It's
the
like,
weather
no,
like?
no,
Yeah,
there's a trade. We gotta go. We can finish this later. Goodbye.
exactly. That's how we are.
It looks like it's about to roll over.
Oh, she asked about the boot camp. You were asking about the boot camp. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
We're just to let you guys know watching. So we kind of hopped on a call a little bit last week to get to know everybody. So one thing that we really did when we first started back in 2023 is it all started just as a live trading room. Like, I just wanted to, share my screen, talk price, show statistical, like use statistical based trading, all that stuff. And one thing that I didn't do really great on that Mickey does really good on is he comes from an academic background. I just don't. I don't come from professionally teaching like he did. So it was kind of this perfect partnership where Mickey built and controls the formal education of what we do. So we have 2 major components to the community to make it to where when people, if they do want to see how we apply statistics to live price, we don't just say, hey, join and watch us trade. Like, we want you to actually understand what's on our chart, because we get it. It sounds like another language. So we have a formal boot camp process that is 3 months, self-paced. You can get it done in a month if you want to, but like, it's a self-paced boot camp that you learn everything from the ground up. How we read price, how we use the tools, how we use statistics to, align it with live price. How do we derive risk, build risk management, all that stuff. And then if you then want to choose to watch how we actually put and practice how we preach, that's what the other side of the coin is. And that's what the Pack Trade Group is then when you learn how we use everything, because the whole cliche, those who can't do teach. So we kind of was like, well, we're going to do the opposite of that. We're going to do it and we're going to teach it at the same time. So that's kind of like the dynamic in what we do.
Yeah, I feel like I'm not a teacher, but I feel like I can trade really well, and I can see how the two of you together is kind of like the perfect match then, because
Yeah.
trading in itself is a talent and a skill, but teaching is a separate talent and a skill, and not everyone can do both of those.
It's hard to
So
articulate, sometimes it's really difficult to articulate experience versus like just what you see and, you know, something personal to you?
They yell at their favorite students. Hey, sometimes you need tough love. This is military.
We give
you know?
tough
What do
love
you
too. We don't
expect?
sugarcoat stuff.
Oh gosh. But I remember one time I was sitting there and I was like trying to explain why I like to chart setup to someone, and I will never forget this my whole life. They literally said to me, they're like, you know what? You're just making this so difficult. It is so simple. And I was like, oh, it's so simple. Okay. Tell me how it's so simple. They're like,
Yeah.
they said, all you need to do is buy the low of day and sell the high of day. And I was like,
Marci, that's it. How do we
what was
not
I
know this?
thinking? What was I thinking? I was just sitting there. I was like, you're right. That's all you have to do. But like, how do you do that? So I remember saying, well, how do you know when it's the low of day?
Well, I mean, again, so you talked about high day, low day. So those are the two. I'm telling you, if you do love time and applying time, do you trade other sessions, or is the New York session kind of like your bread and butter?
I'm all over the place.
Oh,
I
you
trade
trade
everything.
anything. You trade everything. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
I'm telling you,
Yeah.
if you can be in tune with if I could give you anything, like who am I? I don't need to give you anything. You freaking place second place in the
Oh no.
Robins.
No, believe me, I'm always trying to learn from everyone. We can always learn from each other.
Oh, absolutely.
You never know everything in any topic of this world. Some of my biggest lessons in trading have come from places I never expected it from. I'll get random tweets on X and someone will send me something. I'm like, huh, never knew that. So no, don't think that. I'm always down to learn more and help teach both. Even though I'm not a great teacher, you have to deal with me stumbling over my words. But you know, hopefully the point gets there eventually.
Well, this is this is one of the statistical tools we use.
Okay.
And this is the time. This is the high day, low day stuff. So this is 20 years of Nasdaq data. It kind of visualized in like a distribution chart, I guess you could say.
Mhm.
And what you can kind of see here is you see how there's like 4 major upticks in these distributions. You got this 18 and 1900 time window, and then you have a very small but still subtle one around London 3 to 4, and then you have 9:30 to 10:30 RTH open, and then you got power hour, right, 15 to 16. So if you really ever want to be cognizant of like, where am I at within this daily candle, and could I be in the high day, low day? Well, if we're making an extreme in any 4 of these time windows, and then we do start, like, you said you love mean reversion. Well, if we start making a new high a day or low of day in any of these 4 major times, and you get your mean reversion signature where, like, boom, let's say one of my favorite setups ever. Okay, so we know NQ is more bullish than bearish. We know that it's a bullish index fund. You look at the history of the entire thing, it's more bullish than bearish. When 9:30, when the RTH open makes a low of day, and then we get above it, this statistic right here is my bread and butter favorite setup to take every day of the week that ends in Y, because we're trading a bullish index fund. So longs are always going to have a little bit more edge than shorts, just historically. And then you are trading the daily candle, one of the second highest statistical times to make a wick, and that's 9:30 to 10:30. So this chunk of time right here is what I love to play off of.
So 9:30 to 10:30, and then what is that time? I can't see.
Let me make it a little bit bigger here. You can see it. There we go.
Which one is that?
So this is Globex open, 1800 to 1900. This big chunk of time right here, and each bar is 5 minutes. So if you want to see, like, if you want to make it simple, here's every hour. So this is 18 to 1900 hour. This is the 3 to 4 a.m. hour. So London, 9:30 to 10:30, the RTH open, and then power hour, 15 to 1600.
I like this chart. I need a screenshot of this.
Well, there you go.
Email me this.
And we go over this every morning. We have Mickey. So on YouTube here, we do the PackTV on the Mondays, but then Tuesday through Friday, at 8:30 a.m. EST, we do like a very condensed version of all these statistics, but like mapped out for the day. And so we kind of condense all this and just give an analysis every morning. Mickey does it by himself Tuesday through Thursday. Then I come back on with him on Fridays and we kind of do another in-depth version. But yeah, this is the bread and butter of what we trade every day, which is the fluctuation of the daily candle in some way.
This is fabulous. It's like it's so interesting, seasonality intraday and the effect of it. These things are in the beginning of your trading journey, you'll start to notice certain times of the day that you feel like you're always making money and you're always losing money. And then sometimes when you see statistics like that, it's like, oh, this is why. So it's really helpful that you're sharing this with all the people that are trading with you. But I'll definitely have to come on again sometime soon. I have to get going. But I
Yeah,
had
don't let
so
me
much
keep you.
fun. And thank you for having me. And we'll do this
Absolutely.
again.
I
Right?
am equally as thankful. Like I said, like I was a little bit, I had a little bit of what's that name where like you meet somebody famous and you're like nerding out a little
I'm
bit.
not famous.
I was
Stop.
like, bro, she's willing to come on our show. I was a little like, it's pretty cool. So I really do thank you for coming on.
I was really touched by your story and just how you guys are helping veterans with finance and learning to trade, and I think that's awesome. So anything I can ever do to support you and your group and the veterans that you help, I'm here always. And I am just a regular person, mom, dog mom. Please. I'm here anytime. Anything I can do, let me know. And
Awesome.
everyone in the chat, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, you
Happy
got a lot of
trading.
people saying thank you so much. So
And
Marci, you have a great day.
remember, risk management comes first always. Manage your risk. Most important.
Listen to the professional, all right? Have a
Wait,
great day, Marci.
someone wants to say bye. Oh no, you're not
Oh,
gonna
you got to do it.
Lotus, come on, say bye. She's sitting here right here. Ugh. There she goes.
There she goes.
Bye.
Bye, Marci.
All right, have a good day.
You too.
Bye.
Bye. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. That was Marci, everybody. What a great day. I love what we do, man. Getting to connect with people from different perspectives, getting to see different types of traders of all walks of life, all different types. You guys got to hear a little bit about how Marci looks at price, different indicators she uses, what she uses, how she trades, how she sees the market. You guys got to hear background. So I just love what we do. I'm just sitting up here like living in the moment right now. Just feels great. It feels great to build something like this to where we can just network with other people. And then at the end of the day, be real, right? Like actually execute a trade here while talking trading with some really cool people. So going back to the markets here real quick, going back to the trade. So I didn't want to interrupt Marci while she was talking, but we did get one of the covers taken off here. So I was able to get one of these micros taken off when we swept and took that 9 o'clock low. Again, that's the statistical probabilities. We at least take one side at 9 o'clock. Now, the biggest risk, and this is why I was keeping my stop right here above the 50% of 930, and also pretty low risk, just used 4 micros, was we are showing signs of a range day. Okay, I'm never scared of a range day, just never, ever scared of a range day. And when it comes to trading, we don't trade certainties. We trade probabilities. So the probability is that when we take the 9 o'clock low, like we did here, statistically, we can hold the high for the rest of the session. But the flip side of that, on range days, we typically do take both sides at 9 o'clock. So I know what to look for on both scenarios. If live price stays below where my stop loss is, because my stop is an invalidation, which is the midpoint of 930, if we start heading back up and taking the Q1 high, well, I'm wrong. I am wrong about the rest of this move, and I can just make sure I pay for an expense, keep it cheap so I'm not over leveraging or over risking. And then if we get back above 930, I can trade towards this 9 o'clock high because now we're showing even more confirmation of a range. So it's really kind of an asymmetric area where this current trade is. Either we do continue below 930 to maybe make a push to midnight open because we still haven't taken midnight open, or we do reverse here, net off the P12 mid, and we could push above and make a new 9 o'clock high. Or take the 9 o'clock high. So that's kind of what's going through my mind. That's what I see going into this day and how I'm managing the rest of this trade. It's either stop loss on the rest of these micros, and we push back to the midpoint of 930. Maybe we get above 930 and I can join the longs, or we keep heading to the downside. And I got one more target here at the 25th percentile MFE below 930, which is the gunship MFE as well. And then I have one more micro here between the median MFE and the Q1 distribution, which is a new low. Because if I'm right, if this is a bearish candle, well, then that's the next logical checkpoint. So that is what I'm seeing, ladies and gentlemen. Do y'all have any questions for me? Do y'all have any questions about just the trade day in general? Yeah, Marci was great. Yeah, we're going to have Marci come back on. She has a puppy. I mean, come on. Anybody that's a dog lover is welcome back on PackTV. The pack rocks. You rock, Bonnie. You all rock. Y'all are what makes the place so great. I'm just here spinning the wheels. I'm spinning the tables, or spinning the plates. That's what I was thinking of. I'm just the wheel spinner. Is this a good place for what's up, Scott? This is not a good place for signals. This is not a good place for signals. Terrible signals. Terrible signals. We even got to talk about time-based range. We got to talk about, she uses measure moves. Like, I'm telling y'all, one of the cool things, one of the cool patterns of every person that comes on PackTV, we all say the same stuff just with different accents, right? Like you guys heard Marci talk about she loves to use measure moves. And in combination with measure moves, she uses time within the measure moves. I was like, dude, we got to nerd out now. We got to nerd out about time a little bit now with the high a day, low a day. And you all even seen too, like when you can put objective numbers, and this is why I love statistics. This is why I'm so passionate about what I do. That's why I love doing what I do. It gives you confidence. You could even see her reaction when it's like, oh, wow, this is why something is happening around this time. Now I can put a tangible number to it. It's not that she probably never seen it before. She's aware that something's happening during these times. But when you're able to put a black and white number to it, it makes all the difference in the world. It gives you now that clear understanding. You're not just going based off of something or recency bias or gut feeling. You are actually putting a clear-cut number behind some decision or something or some thesis or some hypothesis, something you have in the market that you think is happening. Now you can structurally put that probability to exactly what you're seeing. And the world is yours. Guys, just master your kick. That's what I tell you all the time. Just master your kick. Master the one thing. I don't care what anybody else says. When I get paid from the kick that I've mastered and the statistics show me it's positive expectancy, there is nothing else in the world I need to learn. And this moves me into the poll. So if you guys haven't yet, please go and vote in the chat. It takes 5 seconds. Hit that like button. If you guys got value from today, another really great guest we have on. We have Profitable Loser coming on in 2 weeks from now. But go and hit the vote in the poll in the chat here. We have 93 votes and 112 people watching. All right, 112 of you. 112 of you. There's like, I don't know whatever the quick math is, but some of y'all didn't vote in the poll. So I'm going to give y'all another few seconds. Vote in the poll right now. The question is, what would you say is your biggest gap in trading? Would you say it's more education? Do you need more education? Do you need to learn more education? Or is your biggest gap in trading consistent execution? Executing the same way, not different, not consistently executing 700 different things, but consistently executing the same way. Which one do you think is your biggest gap in your trading career currently? Heck yeah, we do. We got Profitable Loser. So if you guys want a little rundown of the PackTV upcoming schedule, we have Profitable Loser on September 14th, Monday. Same time, same place. Then we have September 21st. September 21st. Anna Marie. Mrs. Anna Marie, another fellow statistics-based trader. So I'm really excited. We got a lot of heavy hitters coming in. We had Dave Trades last week. Dave was really cool. Thigh gap wasn't an option, so I didn't vote. Oh my God. Crowbar 2. Admit it, y'all. You follow your rules for like 2 weeks tops, then ditch them. Not us. I don't know how new you are here, Crowbar. That 945 high was one tick away from my BE. Oof. Oof. What's up, Leopard? Dude, this is another person I want to have on. Mr. Leopard, another veteran. He's actually still serving in the Air Force. I don't think we've had... Yeah, Leopard, you got to come on here because I don't think we've had veterans come on the show, but we haven't had an active service member that trades come on the show. So I would love to have you come up. Leopard uses statistics. He's another statistical based day trader. Really cool dude. Smitty trades. Where can the pack and the bootcamp members find the upcoming events? Smitty, I'm glad you asked. Let's go take everybody to a tour while we're waiting for this short to play out. We just got tick denied live on stream here. I got one more target right on top of midnight open there. Trading the classic midnight retracement, the midnight snapper doodle. Oh no, what are we doing here? Oh man, Smitty, I'm getting hounded with questions here. Oh God, oh no. Finish setup. There we go. Let's pull on the website here. Let's pull her on up. Boom! When you go to the website, when you join the Bootcamp and the Pack Trade Group, this is your portal. Upcoming events. You got the events right here. You got the live traders on the left. So if you are in the Pack Trade Group, if you are in the Bootcamp, and you ever want to stay in tune with what we are doing, okay, when you go from your hub right here where you got everything, you got the Bootcamp, the Profiler, Candle Science, Trading Journal, and the free tools. When you have all this stuff, you got over here, you can see the upcoming Pack TVs. You got right over here, you can click upcoming events. You can see we had Marci on here. Look at that, Marci. You can see a little bit about it. Click the actual link to join the session. Got the week, the agenda for your actual upcoming events. And then you can even cross off so if you have like those actual modules, you'll see your modules here as well. So there you go. Back to the charts. Guys, we took Q1 low. We took Q1 low. I'm not messing with my target. I mean, I'm right here. It's right here at the 25th percentile of the low. The only thing I will do is I will add one more micro right here in between the 25th percentile to the median MFE of the gunship move so I can get the lion's share of my position off of this short. Did get a little tick denied there, a little tick denied action. Tell me when, let's do it. Look at, dude, we got another date coming up. I'll hit you up in the DMs, Leopard, because we got some openings up in October. So we got some openings coming up in October. So we'd definitely love to have you come up here. Absolutely. I'm trying to trade with as many people that want to come up as possible. I want to bring as many different perspectives to this market as humanly possible, because at the end of the day, Austin's so big, he's spraining his neck. I should probably do like a YouTube video one day of like, I guess my studio tour. Would you guys like to see that? Like a trading desk tour, but I got like 2 other monitors up here. And so when y'all see me do this, it's because I'm looking at my other monitors. Oh gosh, that's funny. Because he's 410. Why did you not take the long? What long are you talking about? Ali? Which long? If you're talking about the 930, dude, could not pay for this trade. Could not pay for this trade. Even just the cash flow portion of this breakout was to P12 high. I'd be having to pay for a 30 basis point trade for just the only major probabilities to a new high of day with an in-stat high of day was 10 basis points. You know, it just wasn't worth paying for, nor was there a lot of opportunity to pay for a premium. I tell you guys this every single freaking day. You don't just take a breakout because the breakout's breaking out. Okay, you apply context. You apply context from your analysis to the daily candle. That's what gives you that edge of actually being able to know what lever to turn on and what lever to turn off. So if I have an in-stat high of day and an in-stat high of time of high of day, and the only major stuff to work with that I could at least cover my position, we've already done the 25th percentile, was this weekly open. I mean, that's just 10 basis points. Why in the world do I want to spend 30 basis points when the only stuff to up here is 10 basis points? If this was a low of day and the range was just as big and I could maybe use a 28 to 30 basis points, because now I'm putting some more move to be made. But when the only thing I see to work with is the P12 high, but the P12 high is an in-stat high a day, what am I doing? What am I doing? Why you did not take the short when it closed at 9:30? 9:30. I mean, kind of the same thing. I just wanted to wait for if we're DWPing, DMPing, because we did give that signature, Ken, DWP, major signature is a complex 9:30. So I was waiting to be patient to see if we do find footing, because why did I not take this short right here? We closed right on top of the P12 mid. Okay, the short that I took, we were actually breaking through the P12 mid. So I wanted us to actually confirm, hey, we have some sort of signature for more downside other than just finding support on the P12 mid. So I just wanted more confirmation. That's it. Anybody seeing anything else? I'm going to wrap it up here for this segment in about 11. I'll probably call it quits here. Around 11, I'll turn the gunship on for you guys. Wait for Bootcamp focus. But now we're just going to sit back, do the part that's the most important about trading, and just wait. The boring part. I had the double stack and I couldn't do it. What are you talking about? Oh, shoot. Never mind. My bad. I forgot. Justin's away. No Bootcamp focus today. I forgot. You guys just got to witness a tick denial live on YouTube. We were just joking about the opposite of this with Marci earlier, where I took a short from the overnight and I got stopped out just perfectly. But then we also talked about the tick denials. So you guys literally went all the way down to midnight open and just barely tickled it. Y'all got any questions for me? Anything at all? Anything you guys are looking at, seeing? I'd rather talk to you guys than watch candles. Let me check the poll here. Did I even say the poll? So we have 80%. So we got 100 votes right now on the poll. What would you say your biggest gap in trading is? More education and knowledge or consistent execution? And literally 80%. 80% is that consistent execution. It's a big thing. It's a big thing. You don't need to learn more. You don't need to know everything about the market. You just need to know how to consistently execute the same way. Do I need to, like, you know, same thing with real. I always love to connect everything to real estate because a lot of people still understand real estate if they're a trader or at least know some of it. But then the other aspect is it's a very classic business a lot of people do. You would never have to know every ins and outs of the real estate world just to invest in a single family rental. I'm sorry, you just don't. You know the local market, you know the local rents, you know, I don't need to know what the interest rates of next year is going to be. I don't need to know none of that. I just need to know, does the numbers on this deal work and generate cash flow? And that's what I do with trading every single day. Same way. Does these numbers and the trades that I take, is it going to generate some sort of cash flow or has the highest potential to generate cash flow? And it's the same process that I can copy and paste every single day. But yeah, we won't have a boot camp focus. So honestly, instead of just having a stream sit idle for like 3 hours, let me message Mick here and see if he just wants to do re-engineering in Discord. I don't know. What would you guys like? What would you guys, the audience, prefer? Would you prefer to do re-engineering like we typically do in Discord or on YouTube? Oh, he texted me. Discord. Okay, sweet. Well, heck yeah. We'll just do the re-engineering on Discord. Just got the message from the man himself. He said, "Let's do Discord." So I'll close it up here either just whenever this trade fully gets, it looks like we're reversing here, pulling back into 930. So if this trade gets stopped, we'll just end it there. So that way you guys can see the full, we don't try to hide anything, right? You can see the full length of the trade. Or at 11 a.m., I'll just have to call it quits because I do got a lot to do today. But it was really cool nonetheless to get at least one trade on here for while we were sitting there hanging out with Marci. Just didn't really see a lot. Just to kind of give you guys a recap again, like you gotta be a dynamic thinker as a trader. Okay, if you guys that trade the 930 specifically, I'm just speaking to those that trade the 930, and you trade any sort of variation of how I trade with breakouts, you cannot be a robot. You cannot be just, oh, a breakout above, I'm going to take the trade because it could win. Every trade can win, but can you pay for the trade? Can you actually pay for the trade if it doesn't? If this trade right here had the only thing it had to work with to cover my risk was literally the full move of the rest of the trade to the median, I don't want to put myself in that position. So this trade was not worth the risk for me. And then the same thing for this close below, we couldn't even get above the P12 mid on that close. So I did not want to pay for that trade just to get chopped up, and we kind of did that. So I was really waiting for two things to really happen to get into a position, and that's choose a direction outside of 930 that complements this P12. And at that very moment of going short, we were actually breaking through. And so then I was trying to leverage the 9 o'clock low statistics to actually cover a good chunk of my risk. And then to kind of add icing on the cake, I know it's annoying. Listen, this is why I show y'all every side of the market. It's annoying. We didn't get the second target by just a few points, okay? 3 points. And you could be like, Austin, why did you let this whole thing come back on you? Because in hindsight, you never know, okay? In hindsight, it looks perfect. It looks like, yeah, pie on my face. You should have covered. But on the other side of the coin, my process says put your extended TP at where it could still logically go with a high probability. High probability midnight open in combination with the 25th percentile MFE. Those are the two major things going for the trade that I was trying to look for in a bearish hourly candle nonetheless. So I really was not trying to do anything crazy and overmanage this trade. And I never like to overmanage any of my trades because of that very reason. I like to get the full system exactly the way that I designed it. No feelings, no human intervention. Let the trade and the math work out. If you have accounted for the risk for the trade that you are going to pay for, there's nothing else you got to do. Any advice for New York 2? I'm liking the gunship front run. Well, I can't give you any advice, Daredevil. 8888. Okay, I can't give none of y'all advice. I can't give y'all any trade ideas, signals, anything. I can just tell you what I'm doing. But going into New York 2, first and foremost, I just need to see if we get outside of 930. We've already confirmed most likely a range 1 day. Okay, the fact that we took 9 o'clock low and we're now sucking back into 930. If we do take that other side at 9 o'clock, I'm thinking it's just a range day. We mean revert around the 930. So for New York 2, I would be focused on trading towards 930 for every expansion that we move outside of it. These are the days that I would be maybe looking for New York 2 to give you more falses than trues. Okay, so just move in those targets. The first thing that I'm always looking for if I'm trading PM, if I'm trading a day where the morning session is this choppy, if people say these goofy things, like if just because one session does this doesn't correlate that the other session needs to do something else. If the morning session chops, it doesn't mean that the afternoon session is going to do anything magically different. It's just what live price is telling me. And if live price is still staying within 930 by noon, okay, noon EST, I have nothing else to do except for if I were gun to my head trading, I would be trading towards the 930, towards what we statistically do instead of away. Okay, this is what gets people chopped up, is two different things they're unwilling to do. Number one, actually, I'll give you 3. The first thing is people are just unwilling to accept a bad day or a day that they just can't see. Pay for the days that you can't see so you can survive and maximize the days that you can. Okay? Pay for the days that you cannot see clearly. It is okay to be a trader and not be able to see everything clearly or not get your targets hit. Like you see me do here. It is okay to have days where you just can't get it right there in that finish line. You pay for them. You pay for them so that way your business has time to mature and you get the positive expectancy that you get out of your system. But if you never give your system the opportunity to get that expectancy because you are so focused on every single outcome of a trade, thus you go on tilt. Thus you go on the FOMO route, the hesitation, the blah, 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 blah. You will never get that expectancy that we all can agree makes us a system profitable. So you have to let your system play out. This is why I'm so against over managing trades, because as close as that target was to my TP and where price moved away from midnight open, if I sacrifice one day for the just opportunity to fill my ego and say, well, I covered my position, or well, I got a green trade, a little bit of greens on the table, that's not my process. My process isn't see money, take money. I think that's the dumbest fucking thing in the world. Sorry, but I think it is. I think it's the dumbest thing in the world to say, see money, take money. Well, what if your system sees money and lets you maximize the time that it's going in your favor? Well, you didn't do anything because you closed your trade when you seen money. I don't trade to see money. I don't trade to just click the sell button when I see green. I trade to follow a process. I trade to be a slave to my process, Jim Simons. That's what I do. So anytime that you ever have that feeling inside of you of, do I need to overmanage this? Do I need to just ask yourself, are you really focusing on your process or your system? Or are you getting so close visioned into that singular outcome of the trade that you're missing the forest through the trees? You're missing the fact that at the end of the day, this is a daily candle. This is one single daily candle in a series of daily candles that make up a weekly candle. And this is one weekly candle in a series of weekly candles that you will have to experience in your trading career. So why in the world would you sacrifice, deviate, do anything different for one single trade? One little wiggle in that daily candle, you're willing to just blow your entire account out of the water for one little wiggle of one little daily candle, of one little weekly candle in one portion of the monthly candle. So that's how I think. That's why I do what I do. That's why we're very systematic in the way that we do. Because why in the world? I want to do this for the rest of my life. You guys know one very scary reality. I'm going to be a Debbie Downer real quick. Let's go full screen here. This is full TED Talk serious time. Y'all know one commonality I see with a lot of traders that sadly this happens to? Heart problems. Like, heart problems. Let's be real for a second. I know this isn't fun to talk about. I know it's not sexy. It's not dopamine inducing. It's not clicking the button, but you need to really take this serious for a second. If you want to be a trader for the rest of your life, that means you're going to deal with life as you trade. But most people don't think about that when they start out trading. They just think, how do I win a trade? How do I win a trade? How do I win a trade? Where do I place my stop? I need TP now. Okay, what happens if you get all that? What happens if you get your success at being a trader? Is what you're doing right now going to be something you want to do for the rest of your life? Is how you're acting today. Like, seriously, listen to me for 5 seconds instead of listening to me like a Netflix episode. Be intentional for 5 seconds. Is what you're doing right now something that you can replicate for the rest of your life, not profitably, but just as low stress as possible? Because I'm telling you, the one thing I see with so many traders, the one common disease, the one common obstacle, they have heart problems, heart attacks, strokes, just freaking not being able to do anything without having a dang heart monitor on to make sure they're not going to die and croak over. Like, having all these heart issues because they're stressed to the max, because every day is a battle. Every day is a freaking war zone, and they're white knuckling their mouse to take every single trade. Listen, if that's you and you want to trade that way, and every single trade wants to feel like a battle and like you got to freaking knock it out of the park, everybody has one life. You choose how to live your life. But I'm telling you guys right now, blood, sweat, tears, everything for this profession. This screen that you see over here on the left, I take very serious because I put a ton of work into this. And so I'd be damned to do all this work just to croak over in 2 years because I'm stressed out. So another part of my trading that a lot of people, they'll be like, Austin, why are you doing it that way? There's a way better way of doing this. There's way better ways to do X, Y. That might be for you, man. But another major part of my strategy is when I can get positive expectancy from my edge and execute consistently the same way, another major piece that I take very serious is the fact that I can do this for the rest of my life without my cortisol spiking every single second of every day. Yeah, I get upset every now and then. Yeah, I'm a human being. Yeah, I'm a freaking 29-year-old dude. Okay, that has likes to go on a little bit of TED Talks like I'm doing right now. But I still execute very consistently because I'm finding peace in the numbers. So another piece that I hope you guys take with you as you go throughout your day, throughout your lives as traders, if this is the last time you ever hear my voice and you just pass by this stream, is please ask yourself, is what you are doing today something that you can health-wise want to replicate and do for the rest of your life? Ask yourself the last trade that you won. Was the last trade that you actually got a profitable execution on? How was that stress-wise? Was it something very easy? Was it something that you freaked out every time the candles went against you? Was it something that you had to feel like you had to click that button a little bit more and overmanage? Really ask yourself, because you could be operating something very profitable. I'm very passionate about this. I don't care how freaking non-trendy it is to talk about. Health is like what I got my degrees in. I love this stuff. And you guys need to understand, if you can't do what you're doing today sustainably for your health, it does not matter how profitable that trading strategy is. It does not. So I take peace with objectivity very serious because it also can help you mentally, it can help you psychologically, physiologically, all the in between. And that is Austin Clark's health class workshop while in a trade TED Talk. Jason Bell. What's up, Jason? Jason says the conditional target on the gunship for the 50% pullback, 50 percentile pullback was so awesome to watch play out. Jason, it's just numbers, bro. It's just numbers. When you put numbers, Jason's seeing it. Jason just proved my point. When you see it in the numbers, it's peace on the charts. It's peace through objectivity. I never have confidence because my guts are telling me to have confidence. I have confidence because the numbers tell me to be confident. Okay? I actually have the graphic up right here. I was telling Marci this. Look at this. You have two doors. Behind door A, you have a 50-50 shot. Behind door B, you have a 50.1 uno. 50.1% of making $1 million. Is anybody choosing door A? Show of hands. Somebody put in the audience. What door are you choosing? Is anybody in here choosing door A? If you had $1 million chance to win, everyone and their grandma and their grandma's grandma and their dog and their horse that they rode in on and the carriage that they bought, the person that they bought the carriage from, everyone's choosing door B. We find peace in numbers. We find peace in tangible objectivity, things that we can measure. What's up, Numb? I like you, Numb. Numb2BS. Daredevil heard this from a veteran professional trader. None of his friends were still alive who had also worked in the industry. It's a real problem. It's a real thing that no one wants to talk about, or just not many talk about, because it's not sexy. It's a Debbie Downer subject, but it's a real thing, guys. Like, imagine look at the trade that I'm in. This is why I trade live, so you guys can genuinely see this, take motivation and inspiration from it, that it's okay to be this way. Because one of my biggest gripes that I have with people, the biggest reason I get into the biggest conflicts with so many of these traders with follower accounts, is they act like they're the God's gift of trading. They act like they never lose. They act perfect. They do all of these things, when if you do that and you're a teacher, you're educating people, and you are giving off the vibe and the idea that you're the best ever, that's a big problem, because now your students take that. And your students think they have to be perfect. So I try to show you guys that trading isn't about being perfect. It's not about always being right. It's about failing to the level of your system. And if going back to this trade, at any moment I freaked out when it was going into a drawdown like this, look how close it's going to my stop loss. It's one trade. It's one trade in a series of trades. You know what I'm going to do tomorrow? I'm going to do the same dang thing. Oh my God, Nick. We need to polish that Spanish. Numero uno. All right, that's my Spanish. You love my Spanish. Don't you lie. You love my Spanish. You love it, Drez. Oh my gosh, shut up, Shag. All right, guys, we got a couple more minutes here to the top of the hour. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Either I get stop lossed at 452.50. That's my stop loss for the rest of this trade. I mean, we pushed back off of the open, then made a little bit of MFE down, then pulled back up. I don't know. And that's why my stop loss is where it is. If my stop loss gets taken at 452, I'm thinking we are more of in an apex. It's just I'm kind of unclear at this point. You know, I just don't really have a great understanding of going into 11 o'clock. If we can't get outside of 9:30, it's more range one. And this is where really another portion of statistical-based trading can come in. Statistics isn't just winning trades or being right. It's also knowing when to stay out, because I can quantify. I can actually quantify. This isn't really the market environment that's giving me the statistics that I use the best edge. So just wait for the next daily candle, man. Yep, and Shag said it perfectly. Q2, which indicates an apex. When we lock in that Q2 low at 10 o'clock, big apex. Maybe I'll have Marci back on, because Marci said that she loves 4-hour candles. I think one really cool thing would be like bringing Marci back on and showing her the 4-hour candle stats with the quarters. I think that'd be a really cool segment. What'd you guys think? What'd you guys think of the guest? Does anybody, this is one cool thing while we're finishing up. We got 71 people still in here. Is there anybody that would want to see? Is there any suggestions of people they would love to see come on PackTV and trade with us, talk price? Love to hit them up and ask them. We're always trying to get new blood in here. Austin, it's Te gusta mi español. You like my Spanish. Is that what that says? See, I know a little bit. I know a little bit of something. I know a little bit of something. I ain't going to say that out loud, Shag. I'll just let the chat read that. Yeah, I had a fun experience over the weekend. Y'all know how they say, there's this really cliche. They say, never grow up to meet your heroes because you might just regret it. Isn't that what they say? What's that saying? Don't meet your heroes, or don't meet your heroes. What's the quote? Never meet your heroes? Yeah, never meet your heroes. Meeting someone that you greatly admire often leads to disappointment because they're ordinary, flawed humans rather than the perfect idols you imagine. I got to know somebody that I looked up to pretty well. Looked up to him. I respected him. Trade kind of similar to me, and I was like, wow, you're an asshole. Just straight up disrespectful asshole. So yeah, had that happen. What up, Roberto? Yo, Austin, it's Eddie. What's up, man? It's been a minute. Eddie? Like OG Eddie, or because I only know one Eddie. I think I only know one Eddie. Roberto, give me some more information, because we have a lot of OGs that come through. So I don't give me the rundown. I'm not familiar with the profile picture. What's up, Daniel? Yo, Austin, what do I do after my MFE collected at week 8? So you condense everything. So once you go to week 8, okay, once you get to week 8, and what Daniel's asking is the boot camp. Again, if you're new here, you can scan that QR code on the top left. It's the boot camp. So when you get to, yeah, okay, Eddie, yeah, Army Eddie, yeah. Well, your name's Roberto on YouTube, bro. That's the Eddie I was thinking of, but you said it's been a minute. So I didn't know. Yeah, Army Eddie. I know. Yeah, you're Eddie. Once you get to week 8, you can put everything together. You've now done everything. You've done weeks 1 through module 1 through module 8. You learned how to read live price with quarters. You learned 3-hour line versus apex. You learned how to use the daily profiler. You learned how to use candle science. You learned how to look at the market from a dynamic lens, applying measured moves to those live price constants. Now you put it together, okay? And this is where no rush. Put it together to where you can actually have a trade plan that you put together, nobody else, and then do your wolf tank. Do an actual wolf tank brief, okay, with one of the 4 major gunship measure moves, okay? So it's all in a controlled environment, and put together how you want to make it make sense, okay? How do you want to, what is the reason you're going to do what you do? What session? How are you executing around it? What's the statistics and the data that's giving you the reason to execute the way that you're executing? What's your war game, right? Brief your war game, like everything. Put it all together and then just schedule your wolf tank and present it to everybody. He said, Eddie, what you mean? He took Sake says the pack needs to connect with Rob Hoffman, creator of Wealth Charts and 32-time trading champ. Y'all would run a great segment on his wealth summits, plus y'all's indicators on wealth charts could be epic. I've heard of Wealth Charts. Isn't that like one of the charting platforms some of these prop firms use? I didn't know I didn't know who the creator was or anything, but Rob Hoffman, I'll go and do some research and reach out to him. Or if you guys know anybody that's connected with Rob Hoffman. Does anybody here connected or know of Rob Hoffman that wants to put me in contact with him? Absolutely. Love having people on here. I don't like you anymore. Dude, you guys have like 7 different profiles. Y'all will have Discord being one name, Twitter being another name, and then YouTube will be another name. I can't remember all these dang names. You got Roberto saying your name's Eddie. Daggone it. Don't you gaslight me, Mr. Eddie. Sergeant First Class, future First Sergeant. There was no way you ask a question, then you only answer. Wait, what? Display not. I'm not sure what you're saying, Nick. Eddie Murphy. Yeah, Eddie Murphy's been through the boot camp. That's why he chose acting, actually, as we showed him using statistics with day trading, and he said this, now I'm just going to go with acting and comedy. So we were a very pivotal moment in Eddie's career. I don't know what I'm saying, bro. All right, guys. Is there anything else? I'll do one more round. Does anybody have any questions about anything from the trades today, from the analysis? Suggestions, feedback on how to make this PackTV even more valuable to you, anything at all. I'm open ears. You guys know the trade by now. I'm short until proven otherwise, either stopped out or target hit. And that's the bottom line. Austin, Stone Cold Steve Austin. All right. I don't see any other chats. Ladies and gentlemen, it is literally such an honor to do this every single Monday. Okay. It's such an honor to do something that is very difficult, but do it with integrity, do it with consistency, showing up here and doing it with you all, meeting so many of you cool people, meeting so many traders, hungry individuals that want to do this as a profession. It is the coolest feeling in the world. And this is why I don't shut up about it. This is why I can't shut up about it, because it's so cool to experience in real time, working so hard for something and then now living in the scenario that you wished you were in a decade ago. So I speak from experience, but I also speak from just wanting each and every one of you to experience this level of satisfaction in life. Is that, please, just like I have on the top of my chart, just like I sign off on the end of every single stream, everything that I do, I mean it with every fiber in my heart. Do what you guys love to do. Have some soul in the game. And as always, never, ever, ever let anyone tell you that you can't do something they never done themselves, because we do it every single day. People said that I couldn't put spreadsheets on day trades and do it profitably and consistently, and I do it every single day. People said that I wouldn't even be able to be profitable at day trading, and I do it every single day. People said to stick with my normal job and do it for 20 years and retire instead of going and investing into real estate because it's risky, and I do it every single day because I never let anyone tell me what I can or can't do because of their limitations, of their self-imposed limitations based on their own ego. People will tell you this market's untradeable. I was told that Nasdaq is impossible to trade. I was told that you can't trade Nasdaq. You can't do it as a retail trader. And I do it every single day. Y'all stay grinding on your goals and never once let anyone tell you that you can't do something they've never done themselves. I will see you all later. This was PackTV. My name's Austin Clark. I fucking love this shit, baby. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye, guys.
Are you stuck doing market shenanigans? Stop trading on feelings. Luck is not a strategy. Trading demands discipline and a detailed business plan. Stop rushing to failure. We teach objective statistical trading. We turn market noise into quantifiable facts with our bleeding edge tools at thedailyprofiler.com. Journal your trades, your thoughts, your wins and failures. It ties everything together into a single place. Your journaling software isn't just a diary, it's your personal risk manager, locking down your risk parameters daily and weekly. Let the platform show you the advanced statistical analysis of your decisions and their outcomes with a professional grading system, including backtest valuations, generating deep insight and showing you exactly where you have to focus on. Master the Daily Profiler. It instantly defines the market environment. Utilize the 4 steps for perfect reversal alignment. You gain instant clarity with our indicators. See the exact levels, 05 boxes, hourly, quarterly, and 3-hour logic. We provide the foundation for your success. Forget guessing candle fortunes. Our candle science uses previous open, high, low, close patterns to predict the next bar's probability. This means replacing subjective chart storytelling with objective statistics only. Knowledge means nothing without execution. That is where the pack steps in. Join an elite community focused on collaboration. Get guidance from experienced squad leaders. True mastery requires live market repetition. Our job is to move you from familiar to proficient to mastery. Stop guessing what happens next. Define your risk. Own your process.